able to get my dream, to make it come true for my boy. Do you have a girl as well? Is there a daughter too?
Um, no, no.
All
Not
right.
that I'm aware of, no.
Good. Is this lady, does she have a daughter? Is there a daughter there?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to connect the two of you together because I think that's the whole family. So that's what I see. So I'm going to leave that with you to deliberate on this psychic connection, and do come back to me. Let me know. You can find me on TikTok, Eleanor Grace Destiny. You'll find me there, and on Instagram too, and maybe message me, let me know how you got on, and I'll always message you back. I do with everybody. So I'm wishing you all the best in the whole world, you and your son. You deserve it. You deserve peace and happiness and a buoyant future. And I think that's what you've got. So bless you, and lovely to speak to you today. Thank you now,
thank you
Jay.
so much.
That's my pleasure, my pleasure. So I'm going to my next caller now, who is Diane. Hello, Diane. You're in Guildford in Surrey, I believe. Hello, welcome.
Right. Yeah.
Hello, hi, how are you? You're not too far away from me. In fact, tomorrow evening, I'm going to be in Camberley in Surrey, so that's just sort of up the road, really, isn't it? So,
It is, yeah.
we've got an event there, me and my colleagues, some of my other mediums in my team. We're doing an event at a psychic night, and that's in Camberley in Surrey. So pop along and say hello if you can. Now, Diane, I'm connecting through to you with, I think, something that's very pleasurable. You've got an amazing chance to, I think, make the most of your opportunities. This is coming up. It involves this card. It's the card of the Emperor. Now, the Emperor always will be a father figure or an older man, somebody who you can relate to as a person that you need to speak to or you need to have some conversation with. Sometimes it's not a father, sometimes it's an older boss or somebody in the family, maybe an in-law, but it's a male that I have here who wants to speak to you. Do you understand that, first of all, Diane?
Yes, I think so.
Who is that to you? Who is it?
Well, may I ask if it's somebody still alive or departed?
Yeah. I think it's a man that has just passed. I don't feel that he's here because, here physically, because I've got him coming into my spirit room here and wanting to make that connection today. I think he's been waiting a while and he's gone very high. So it must have been a recent passing because he's sort of come down very quickly. So he's gone up into the heavens, the ether, wherever we go, the universe, and he's come down very quickly. Diane, I feel that he was so sort of disappointed. I want to say that because I feel that there's been such a lot of upset. But I'm going to my neck here, my glands in particular around my neck. Was that an area that was difficult for him? Could he not speak very much at all?
No, he couldn't in the end.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So sorry with that. There's another D here, but it's not him. There's somebody, David, that is in spirit, but it's not him. I think he's more likely to be an M name, like a Mick or a Nick. Who is that? Do you know that name?
I haven't.
David?
No, but David was my husband.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, David is here. That's who I want, because it's D and D, David and Diane. That's what I wanted to put together.
Yeah.
You. And the two Ds were always important. I think you always laughed about it. Did you also have a dog called with a D name as well, like Dean or Diva or something?
No.
There's a
We had a
dog.
dog called Jack.
Who's,
We
is
had
it
a
your dog?
called Jack?
Is he in spirit too?
Yes.
Yeah, well, he's there. I think he's with David. So you don't know a Michael or a Mick or Nick, no?
Yes, I
They're
do.
not.
I do know a Michael. He was my cousin.
And he's also passed into spirit.
Yes, he has.
So you've got Michael and you've got David and the dog Jack. They're all here.
And the yeah.
It was the males that came in. Now, the message here is something to do with your leg. There's a poorly leg that you've got. I mean, is there a cut, something that's gone a bit septic, something that you've really got to watch out for? What's happening with your leg here, Diane?
I've had a lot of trouble with my legs.
Okay.
And I had a few falls. And my legs are still not quite right now.
Okay, because both of these characters here, souls in spirit, are telling me they want to rub your legs and make them better. So you will be better, and you've got to think like that and sort of put some blue healing light around you. I don't know what that is, but it's like an ultraviolet light. So would ask a doctor or somebody, but something about a blue light that can help. Maybe it's treatment, some sort of treatment on your legs. So you will be getting a bit more support and a bit more help, I think, that's here. Now, your mobility, I think, have you got people coming to help you as well, Diane? And do you have somebody, Jean, around you? Is there a friend or a mate or a family member, Jean or June?
No, not a Jean. And I have a physiotherapist coming to help me with my legs.
Good. She's not called Jean, is she? Just watch out for her.
No,
because
she's not called Jean.
Well, you're going to have to watch out for Jean because she's a person. She's not in spirit. She's somebody that is going to help you. Maybe it's a carer that's coming, maybe somebody to bring you some good news, a bit of a bright spot on the horizon. That's what you have here. I know that you're trying to get a little bit of a break, a holiday, perhaps even some sea air, or you're thinking about this sea air or dreaming about this sea air, because there's a lack of salt that I think is around you. So just be aware of that. Try and get a little bit more salt. Do you feel dizzy at all?
No, but I had been in the past.
Okay, maybe just there again, just maybe have, I know it's hard, isn't it, with diet, because we always fancy what we fancy, but I think that you're going to have to get a little bit more balanced here in everything. There's lots of green vegetables I can see here, and you don't like them, do you? Is that true? Is that true?
No, well, I don't like all of them, no.
Okay, right. Well, here we have, Diane, a very powerful, positive message from your husband, David, who's passed. He really wants to help you with your legs. He really wants to understand that, for you to understand that he's okay, he's all right. It's happened, nothing he can do about it, but he's helping you. And I feel that's really important. There seems to be an allowance or some more money coming to you. So make any claim that you can, because I feel that it's there. But I've got more money in the coffers, savings, putting things away, making plans over finances too. So you will do that, and that's going to give you a bit more of a boost here in your life and sort of make you count your money, make an investment as well. You're good at it, you know how to make money in your life. I think you've done well financially, and you're very clever with those pennies. You put things away and make ends meet really carefully, really well. So there's a good amount of prosperity that is now behind you, and you're going to enjoy that. And I want you to spend some money, because I feel that that's what your husband is saying to you. Yeah, just spend it. Don't worry too much. Do you have a granddaughter?
Yes, I have 3.
3. There's one of them that reminds you of you. Which one is that? Is that the middle one?
The eldest one.
Eldest. She's spit of you, isn't she? She really does have your personality. She looks a bit like you as well, and I feel that that is so important, that you have that sense of amazing connection between the two families. So you cross over here, you cross over the gene pool to bring you the most excellent selection. So you will be really sort of pleasing yourself. I think she's doing really well in her life, this eldest granddaughter. I think they all will, but this one in particular. And you'll be wanting to make some special arrangements for her, and you'll want her to be, I think, following a lot more in your footsteps, because she's so similar. But blessings to you here. Yeah, blessings to you, Diane. And
can I ask you something? Sorry,
because we're nearly at the end. No, it's all right. Go on.
Will I be with my husband again when I go?
Yes, you will. He's waiting for you. You will. Yeah. He's waiting for you. Open arms and a big kiss and a big hug, because you loved each other so much. And it's been a pleasure to connect him to you, you to him today. So I'm going to wish you all the best here, and I hope your legs get better soon. And come and see me if you can. Join on to the socials. So there we are. Thank you for joining me today on my A1R Psychic Radio Show. It goes out all over the world. So come and say hello on my socials. I'll see you same time next week. Bye for now.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from TarotWithSteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi guys. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. This is your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the Forever Beautiful Moonstruck TV. And this beautiful Wednesday, just right before this black moon that we have coming up. I don't know if any of you are familiar with what's going to be coming, but we have a very rare black moon, as they call it. So this is where we have 2 new moons in a month, and then in I think another 33 months is what I read, we'll have another. So it's kind of like the once in a blue moon, but now we've got this black moon. And the new moon is all about new beginnings and fresh starts and just taking off without a hitch with your goals and your manifestations. So I hope you all are ready for all of these big changes coming, because I'll tell you what, I am ready. I am ready. Lots of things have been going on and manifesting in my own life, and rolling with the punches of the good, bad, and different. But I can't wait. I can't wait to see. So hopefully this is all resonating and connecting with you all, and you're able to enjoy and take advantage of this 9-year, which this is the year of letting go of the things that have not been serving you. People sometimes we have to cut out of our life, situations, so it's really about kind of like a cleanse, if you will. So we're all going to be doing this beautiful cleanse and then having these new beginnings and fresh starts. So it's going to be exciting, but scary. It's scary, but all right, you guys. So the number I've been getting today. So some of you that watch me and have been listening to me for the 4 or 5 years, I always see numbers, and those numbers are going to connect with either validation of a death date, a birth date, a year, and age. So as I go out throughout my day and start getting visions, or through clairaudient, I'll hear something. And today the number's been 13. Now, the number 13, I think we have such a, some people feel that it's not a lucky number, but actually I love the number 13. 13 for me is a good number. For women, it's a really good number. It connects with really the strong feminine energy, if you will. So, and 13 is really because women have 13 cycles a year, and the moon, which is the feminine energy, has 13 cycles a year. So it's a beautiful number if we can get out of that mindset of 13 being an unlucky number. But anyhow, so 13, we'll see how that's connecting with the callers tonight, and even when I do my free reading. So by the way, tomorrow night on my Facebook page, which is Mini Medium, and then also on my YouTube channel, which is Mini Medium 75, and you can also go to my website, mini-medium.com. All of this is on there, but I will be going live tomorrow night and doing a couple hours of free readings. So it's just a night where I just give back again to those who are needing messages. So keep that in mind. But the message I'm pulling today, the affirmation, number 13. So, boy, this is so good for me. I don't read these until I read them with you guys. But the affirmation says, life doesn't have to be perfect in order for me to choose happiness. Today, I choose happiness. So it's all about how we react and respond to situations in our life, right? If we react and respond in a good, positive way, then you're choosing happiness, right? Now, it's not easy. It's not always, rainbows and butterflies, but if you can manifest and put out in the universe that good energy, then I'm telling you, it comes right back. And lately, it's been coming back tenfold, so twice as much. So put that good energy out there, my friends. Put the good energy. All right, so we are going to go ahead and hop in and take our first caller. So, and I've got Kelly from Florida. Hi, Kelly. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
Hello. I'm doing good. Thanks for asking.
Good, good. No, of course. Then how can I help you tonight?
Well, there's a couple different things. I lost my father this past June, and I didn't know if he had any messages for me. And I have a life situation where I am trying to get into a juvenile detention center. We are doing a Bible study there, and I kind of got kicked out, and I'm doing an exemption. And I just want to see if you see me getting back there, because it's a lot of documents I got to fill out and just a lot of work, and it really means a lot to me.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, for sure, my friend. Absolutely. Well, we will definitely, open up that energy and welcome any of your loved ones that walk within that white light to come in. And I'm sorry for the loss of your dad. I'm so sorry for your loss. And I lost my dad. It's been 9 years, and in June as well, 9 years ago. And, I'll tell you, it's, everyone would say, oh, it gets easier. And I say, well, it doesn't get easier. We just learn to get through life, in a different way without them. So, so we'll definitely see if we can't bring Dad in. But while we're doing that, I'll see what I can get as far as, the question about getting back into that Bible study. And I love that. That is, I can tell for you, hon, it's all about your purpose and something you're very passionate about. And I'll tell you, that's the energy that I tell people. If you have a passion and you can't get it off your mind, it's just always there. Don't quit. Keep moving forward. So, but I do feel there's some barriers maybe coming, and so maybe I can help you to either avoid them or prepare you for those. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a few cards out here. Now, the way I use my cards is really just to give simply a validation or visual validation of what my gifts are bringing to me. So I'm going to just kind of pull a few cards here. Now, do you connect with the number 13, hun, that I was picking up on today?
Well, my favorite number is 23 because I was born March 23rd, but I've always been pulled to the number 13. I like it. It's close to my favorite number. I have a couple friends that were born on the 13th of the month, and I don't feel like it's bad luck, like you were saying.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. I love it. Well, sometimes these numbers come in and they're just simply that, just even to give us some guidance or inspiration for what's to come. And even with what you are doing with, the Bible study and getting back into this, it really connects with that beautiful feminine determination, of knowing that this is where you belong. So even that number 13, I feel, can even connect with that and your journey. Very well could be coming from Dad, but we'll see if we can't get more if we can from Dad. But as I pull a couple of your cards, tell me, what can you go back to the month of July? What happened in July of this year, in either in connection to this situation or just something very significant at that time? I'm going back a couple months.
Yeah, so that's when. So what happened is I'm a convicted felon. I have a few felonies, and I got approved to go into the Bible study at the Juvenile Detention Center. The girls are ages from 12 to 21. And they ran my background, and they saw I had some court fees from 15 years ago that weren't paid. So they denied me access to the program. also, my church actually did a fundraiser and raised the money for the fees to be paid, which is great. And I paid those, and now I'm in the process of filing an exemption through the state of Florida to try to get me back into the program, because I really feel in my heart that this is what I'm called to do, and that also I just feel like I could change these girls' lives. I know I can't save them, but I just want to give them hope. I want to give them back hope, because when I was in jail, I needed hope, you know?
Sure. Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. So is July about that time they raised the funds for you? Is that about where that?
Yes.
The July?
Well, actually, no. I just got the funds last week. So, but I think they were doing it in July, and that's when I got kicked out of the program too.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that's where that's coming in. Okay, so really just wanting to validate that we're connecting and we've got this good psychic flow, making sure I'm seeing the dates and months accurately. So now as I move forward with, things to come, I'm going to tell you there's such a significant, you're right. I'll just say you're taking the crappy parts of your past and you're turning that and manifesting that into a purpose and into healing and helping others. So without a doubt, I know and I can feel this is going to turn out. I mean, without any hesitation, and I'm very careful with, the things I say, because I don't want to give false hope or false disappointment. One thing I do want to tell you, so I'm going out to about, we're in August. So October, right about October. So going out about 6 weeks, about 7 weeks. Keep in mind, I feel about that time is really going to put you in a space of needing to really make some big decisions about whether we're going to move forward with this or not. And what I mean by that is, and this is just kind of an example, hypothetically, they approve you, or at least the process of approval is there, but it's not going to be, they're going to put you in an area maybe that is not ideal at the moment, but at least it gets you in the door. Does that make sense?
Okay. I think so, yeah.
Okay. My biggest thing I feel for you, my friend, is just not to be discouraged and not to, ignore that open door of opportunity. So there is even a feeling of, I don't know where this is coming in, but someone coming in and advocating with you, someone helping advocate to help, not persuade, but maybe persuade them to bring you in. So,
that makes sense, because I needed to have a letter of reference. So I asked the woman that's running the program to write me a letter of reference, and I also asked my supervisor to write me a letter of reference. So they only asked for one letter, but I was like, what the heck? Why don't I just do two? It doesn't, the more the better.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I feel like that is going to be a big part of what helps you to get over that, that barrier per se. So, so just keep pushing forward, my friend. I'm telling you, the other card you pulled with this Page of Pentacle is all about you and putting yourself first. And it's about turning the page in this chapter that you've been in for so long. And now you're finally able to turn the page and start this new beautiful chapter. So it's validation of it coming. It's just, jumping through these hoops, unfortunately,
Yeah, exactly.
But please don't let this discourage you, my friend. I feel like sometimes it's just protocol. It's what, has to be done. And then the determination will be there. And that's what, you'll end up manifesting to be in this position. And you're right. I feel like you may not save some of these gals, but you sure will make a difference. And if you can do it with just one of them, then that ripple effect is worth it, So,
yeah, exactly.
So hang in there, my friend. I was really keeping myself open to to Dad, the only thing I started to hear was I got a name, but this name, it came in very quickly, but R.I., like Rick for rich, very one syllable R. But even
No,
okay.
that's not my dad. He starts with a D.
No, that's okay. Sometimes names will come in and they can even be connected to someone that is here in the living, in the physical. But yeah, I wasn't getting much of Dad, or even any souls coming in. But one thing I can tell you, you have a few, I feel, on the other side that are helping to push you, I guess, along the way and guide you to make this happen. So give it some time. But like I said, right about that October time, you'll see some changes coming. That'll even
right.
a little bit of baby steps that gives you that excitement, So hang in there.
Yeah,
hon.
definitely. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome, hon. Well, thank you for calling tonight. You have a beautiful night.
You too. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, hon. Bye. All right, you guys, we have time for another caller. And this is a Heather from, I believe, Iowa. Hi, Heather. This is Mini Medium.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing so well, my friend. So well. How can I help you tonight?
Well, I'm having a little struggle with my daughter and was just kind of curious where that might lead.
Okay. Oh, goodness. I can relate a little bit, my friend. I've got one that's the 13, and she's amazing. She's a good kid, but I'm telling you, this age is rough.
Yeah, I have a 25, 28, and 30-year-old daughter. So.
Oh, well, yeah, you've got them much older, but I feel like we're always worrying about them, regardless of how old they are.
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right, and well, let me see if I can. Let's get a connection, see what we can get with your daughter. Now, do you connect with the number 13 as well? And I was mentioning that earlier. That number is coming up so strong again for you now. So,
not that I can recall at the moment.
Okay, please keep it in mind. I feel like it's even validation of someone on the other side wanting to bring up, the 13th of a month, January 3rd, 2013. We could be even going back 13 years ago. So,
right.
So yeah, keep that in mind.
Okay.
Now, let's see here. Okay. Boy, even as I'm opening up my mediumship, you've got a few on the other side, my friend. You've got a lot of energy from the other side.
I believe that.
Yeah, it's interesting too, as I even just as I'm listening kind of to what's coming in, it's even a sense of wanting for you to be open more and to pay attention more to their signs and their symbols, because they're so very present, especially right now with the problems that you're having with your daughter. So just, never ever question, the signs or the dreams, whatever it may be.
Right.
You're one of the strongest, I can tell you, that's very connected to you and your daughters. My whole left side has goosebumps. This is the divine feminine. So very strong female, very maternal energy. Not getting much more than that, but this would be mom or mom's mom as they come in.
Right. Absolutely, it would.
So let's see here. All right. So a couple cards that I pulled for you. Boy, they're both upside down. One is this 10 of Cups and then this Sun card. And, this daughter that you're wanting to know, what's happening there. There's such a worry I have for her, my friend, of something or someone pulling her away that has really dimmed her light and her energy. It's almost like I call them energy vampires. Is she in a relationship that is doing this?
Yes.
Or, yeah, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so the other is So the number 10, now the number 10, I love numbers. Numerology is huge, especially in my readings. And next
Right.
year is the year of the 10. It's actually the 1. And that is where we have new beginnings, fresh starts. But we can't get there until we use this year of the 9, and where we're cutting people out of our lives that aren't serving us in a good way. Letting go of situations. One thing I
Right.
feel with your daughter and this relationship is there's such a feeling of she just can't let go of even some responsibility to them. It's like such a commitment that doesn't make sense, and I don't know how else to
Yes.
put it.
But that makes sense to me.
Is that yeah? And let's see here. I just saw another. Well, you had another number. Do you connect with the month of October as a birth month or death month, or October being a significant month?
No.
Okay. That's
Not
okay.
yet anyway.
Okay. No, and that's perfect. I was hoping you'd say no, because even as I'm going through clairvoyancy, which just some premonitions, predictions, be mindful, Mama, with October as being a month of where, as I see it, these cups that have had not such good stuff in them, that energy is about to be
Right.
dumped out and to be done. And there's such a feeling, oh gosh, does she have children? All of a sudden kids are coming in.
No, she does not have
Okay.
children.
Okay, good. All right. And she's not pregnant yet, Mama, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. All right. I'm always very careful with when I see pregnancies and things like that.
Right.
But October is the month of where, this is going to sound so weird, but it's a month of where it's a preventative month. So as we can prevent her from gosh, this sounds awful, but from bringing children in with this man or this relationship.
Right.
And it's all about the support and the love from the family. That's hard, especially when they burned so many bridges, as I feel have been done.
Right.
And oh my God. I'm scribbling a little bit here in case you want. I'm quiet, but I keep hearing. Now, has your mom passed, my friend? Has your mom passed?
No, my mom has not passed.
Okay.
My grandmother has passed, though.
That's Mom's mom, right?
She was a huge, yes. She was a huge part of all of our lives.
Okay. All right. There's such a feeling, even with your daughter, of where I feel even grandma coming in and giving the advice of remember where you came from. It's a feeling of where we've lost track of who we are, what we stand for. Does that make sense with your grandma? She's so passionate about that.
Yes.
Okay. I really feel that this coming October is going to be a very significant month for you all. For her, it's going to be a slow transition. The biggest thing, gosh, it's so hard. I'm a mom too. I've got older children as well, and you just have to trust that they're going to make the right decisions and kind of cut that energetic cord and just pray that everything works out. And unfortunately, that's where I feel this is at. But what I love is your grandma and how strong of a woman she is. And how, your girls, you and many others are so protected by this woman. I have to tell you, I wasn't planning on bringing anyone through. It was really quiet, but keep that 13 in mind with grandma as well.
Okay.
There's something with her with that ding number. So, and do you know why I'm smelling lavender or lilacs? I really struggle with these smells.
Because my sister loves lilacs and she's passed.
Oh, honey. Okay. So your sister's coming through with your grandmother. This is her way of just kind of peeking in a minute. So,
Right.
but also such a beautiful guide and such a beautiful protector of all your girls, you know. And boy, she's a very spicy soul. She's got some personality.
Yeah,
I
she does.
I love it. I love it. I know I've got probably like 90 seconds. Boy, I could keep going now. But one thing I'll tell you, I really feel you're an amazing mama. And I feel like this is going to start to, you know, work itself out. It's just a matter of letting her know that you are there and she has your support. And I know that's not as easy as it seems, but I hope this helped you, my friend, and just the little messages coming in from your loved ones. I hope it gave you some
Absolutely.
comfort. Good.
Absolutely.
Good,
Thank
good.
you so much.
Oh my gosh, you're so welcome, honey. Have a beautiful night. Thanks for calling in.
You too. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, you guys, what a beautiful night. I love these just very simple messages that can leave a huge impact. Please go and check out my website, mini-medium.com. All of my information is there, including all of my social media information to catch me when I do my lives. But I will see you next week. Have a good night, guys. Bye.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Beyond the Veil with your medium, Shelley Shonwall. Live from yourmedium.ca. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Beyond the Veil on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Beyond the Veil. I'm Shelley Shonwall, an evidential medium who is devoted to helping people move through grief and reconnect with those that they have loved and lost. You know, grief can be very overwhelming and it quiets your life. It can be very isolating as well. But connection doesn't end, it does simply just change. So here you're going to hear some live readings, some raw and meaningful moments where loved ones in spirit come forward with messages that heal and remind us that we're still connected. I work with clients all over the world, and you can learn more at my website, yourmedium.ca. So when we do a show like this, what we're looking at is it's like a postcard from a loved one on the other side. The readings are brief, and you give enough evidence to gather who the person is, and then you give the message that the person in spirit would like to give those who are still here. And it's a lovely way to introduce people to that dynamic that our loved ones don't really leave us. I mean, they're very much part of our lives yet, and they're able to give us guidance and support, even if they're not here to give us that physical hug. When we do a reading that is in person, or a private reading as we call them, they tend to be a half hour to an hour, and they're a lot more in depth. You may often get more than one person come through in that sitting as well, and we're able to identify who they are and be able to give messages from each one of them. So if you've never had a reading before in a half hour, an hour, definitely check that out, because it can be just so nourishing for the soul. So we are going to take a caller, and we have Candace in Roanoke, Virginia. Candace, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, how are you doing tonight? Well, I'm great.
I'm good.
Good. So, what brings you to the show tonight, Candace?
Well, I'm trying to figure out, well, I'm not trying to figure it out, but I want to know what my POI's motive is.
Okay.
That's what I really need to know. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what I'm feeling for you, Candace, right now is that you do have somebody in spirit that wants to come through and give this message. Now, interestingly enough, it feels like there's some type of military background around this person.
Really? Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this person on the other side was in the military. All right. Because it feels like there's... Sorry?
My grandfather?
Okay. Because it does feel like, that's the strong back, the diligent, and, militant is a bad word, but I think he is a person who is very disciplined in his way.
Yes, ma'am. That would be who that is.
Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's coming in to have a little chitty chat with you about this problem that you're having with your POI.
Oh, gosh. Okay.
It is very interesting because there's lots of mixed messages that you're getting from this individual.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
A lot of sense.
Okay. Because it feels hot and cold, hot and cold.
Yeah.
Now, here's where your grandfather comes in. He wants you to know, and it's going to sound funny, but you deserve hot all the time. You know what I mean, right?
That's real funny.
He wants you to know you deserve the best, and to not. He's talking real fast from his. Not to let people push you around, because it feels like you're kind of being led around with this one. He doesn't like that. He says, you're stronger than that.
But too much, too strong, and he's right. He's all the way right.
So what would make you go against your values for that then? And put up with the mixed messages?
That's a good question.
Well,
because I'm confused. Confusion, I guess. I don't know.
Well, Candace,
I
you know,
don't
it's
know.
very interesting because your energy feels like his energy too, and he's trying to remind you that you are his granddaughter, and
Mhm.
you were raised to be strong. You were raised to be tough, and right now, this is making you feel weak.
Mhm. Mm. Really.
Don't let anyone ever make you feel weak. Don't do that to yourself. You know, there is good coming to you.
Mm.
And it feels to me he wants to remind you this is not the last person of interest on earth.
Yeah,
Right?
I know. Mhm.
This is not, there is no rush with this. This is not the end game. It feels like there's more for you, and it feels like there's somebody in there that is going to be more in line with your desires in the world.
Well, where is
Now,
he at then? Where is he coming from?
where is he?
I need this other one off my brain or something. Like I'm serious. Like it's not
Yes.
good.
Yeah, and your grandfather is saying, you know, take some strength and you know, distance yourself from this. You deserve better. Now, for some reason, when he's talking about this other fellow, I see red dirt. You know, like red dirt.
Mhm.
An
Red
area
dirt.
where there's
Oh.
that. Or is that somewhere near you, or is that somewhere you want to travel to? Because there's something about this, and it feels like there's travel around it.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Wooey. Red dirt. And it cannot
doesn't-
be the country because that's somewhere I will not go. But
Yeah.
I think I feel like I know exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah, it's gonna click. It's gonna make sense. It sounds a little bit weird right now, but it feels like this area is quite picturesque though when you come into it. I mean, it's not necessarily, like you said, going to be out in the country, but there's areas around it that's absolutely beautiful. Now, it feels like there's. Do you like to travel? Because it feels like this person has a bit of a wanderlust that you're gonna be with. Likes to travel, likes to see things.
Well, I don't like to really even go out of my domain, but it's funny because what you're speaking on, it's the same. It's like the same person, but I feel like he's not himself. Like that's the way I feel. Like he's not him. I don't know how to explain this. He hasn't been himself. He wrecked like 6 months ago. Died in the wreck, and they brought him back, and he hasn't been himself since.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot going on with this individual. I mean, that's huge, right?
Yes.
But it can be more than one person though that it feels like. But know that no matter what, he does not want you to be in a situation where you feel less than. And right now you're feeling less than, and you need to, it's like a regroup for yourself.
I do. I try to, and then he always finds a way to call me. He knows when to call, or he knows when to come by, or he knows, and it just puts me right back to that. And step one, right back again.
It's very tough. It's a very tough situation. Now, I must ask what your grandfather wants to. He just says he wants you to be honest with him.
Okay.
This is hurtful.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Yeah. Now, remember though, is your grandfather is saying to you, he's not the last person on earth. And if it does not pan out, you are going to be fine. But he doesn't want you to go against your values or feel less than by someone. If there's honest intent, your grandfather is saying he better start talking. Right? If you love someone, you communicate. You know, what I'm also getting from your grandfather is that, you know, you're going to get through this. I mean, it feels like a huge amount right now, but you will get through this. But he also just said something very specific. It's say what you mean and mean what you say. Right?
That's what my grandmother used to say. Oh my God.
Yeah, see, they know how to come in and give you these little tidbits of information, Candace. So they're here for your love and support. And when you need that strength, just call in your grandfather. He's the military guy. He'll set you straight.
No, I know he will.
All right.
Oh my God.
May I leave them with you? Yeah.
Thank you.
You're very, very welcome, Candace. And I wish you all the best in this.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
You too.
So as we close today, you can sit and listen to what you heard today. You know, connections don't end. I mean, Candace's grandfather is very much there wanting to come in and say, hey, this is how you should deal with the situation. But, you know, if you want to get more into having a reading and having an experience with your loved one's spirit, I do highly recommend having a private reading, as that sitting will allow you to have the deeper, in-depth conversation and you really get in with a few of the family members that you sorely miss. You know, we all have those people that we want back in our lives, but do know that they're there, and do know that when you need their help, you just call on them and they will be by your side. So if you would like to experience a reading for yourself, I do offer the sessions worldwide, and you can find out more at yourmedium.ca. So
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Insights with Solaris, where I am your host, Jennifer, and I have been a tarot reader for well over 10 years now, and I have more than over a dozen certifications in healing modalities, astrology, numerology, all of the things that you can think of. But I always come back to say that I am simply a channel of spirit, and I bring messages and healing for those who find me. And I always start out with a collective message for the next 7 days, what to be aware of as you're going about the rest of your week. And it seems like there's going to be a mix of relationships and needing to be logical and get things done over the next 7 days. So it seems like you may be with somebody who very close. It could be a family member. It is leaning for more the collective. It is going to be your partner, your romantic partner. And it seems like it has been a give and take. One partner may have been giving more lately, but this next 7 days is going to be that reciprocation, especially if one or the other person in the relationship may also be feeling a little bit under the weather. It could be less energy. It could be a sickness. Hopefully nothing serious. I'm not seeing that, but one person will be stepping up over the next 7 days just to kind of support while the other partner is resting and recuperating. After that, that's only going to last like a day or two, but after that, things are going to start moving again, and you're going to get a lot of information coming to you very fast. It is important to be decisive, but don't be reckless. You need to have all the information. You're going to get the initial information that's going to make you move quickly. That is a good thing, but there's also that cautionary tale when you move too quickly, right? You can rush over the details and start to miss more important things. But it seems the information that you will be getting over the next 7 days is going to continue to morph into a bigger picture. So when you get that initial information, go after it, start taking steps to whatever this information is leading to, because it will clarify by the end of the week. So whoever needed that message, I hope that it was what will help you during the next week. And so we're going to go to our caller today. We have Yvonne from Australia. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good, thanks.
So what type of questions do you have?
Just a question on my current relationship would be great.
Absolutely. So at the beginning, before I even step in, it feels like you may be getting some input from your friends about your current relationship, particularly if you were over drinks or something recently. They may have had a couple of things to say about your relationship. Is that right?
Yeah, a couple of people, yeah.
Well, they all mean it in good faith, so we can step into this. And is there something in particular you want to know? Because I'm seeing the overview, but if you have, because this is such a short time, if you have something you'd really like to focus on, we can absolutely do that.
Yeah, whether we're staying is an option, or is it just not going to go anywhere?
Mm-hmm. So I am seeing a couple of things. It seems like there is some newness to it there. Even if it's not a new relationship, there's a lot of joy and hope around this relationship and what it can become. And still being in a bit of a beginning stage where there is passion, but there's so much more that can come from it. But there is still like what to say, not a full commitment in a emotional aspect yet. So while there may be a lot of flirtation, attraction, a lot of fun together, there still needs to be a little bit more growth coming in the emotional part. Now, what I like for you is that you are coming into an era of where things are clearing up for you. So you have closed out cycles, you are beginning other cycles, and it seems like astrology, if you are interested in astrology, your planets will be lining up in a way that does support your personal growth within relationships. And so you can even go to like one of the AI chats, whatever, and just say, okay, where is my Venus placement? Or if you're not as familiar, and that will kind of give you more of an idea of the challenges and the expectations of what will be coming to you over the next couple of months. So that's just a side note. But all of this is coming into alignment, but it's not quite ready yet to blossom. And internally, you may be feeling that bit of stagnation, and that is okay. We all go through different cycles. What I like is that your energy looks like it has a really good foundation and grounding. You have good people around you that you can enjoy with. So it's not like you're sitting at home and you're lonely and you're waiting for somebody to. I see you as a successful person who has a good foundation, who has friends and can enjoy life with yourself and with your loved ones. And because you have that foundation, even though you're in this stagnation, you're wanting things to move forward, it gets you in a way of where you are holding your boundaries and you're not going to settle. And as you stay in that energy, this kind of beginning stages is going to morph into a deeper connection. So if you're wanting to ask about that deeper connection, there is absolutely an opportunity here, but you are still in a pause period. And just stay in your energy.
Okay, because this isn't a new one though. It's not a new. It's not a beginning part. Yeah.
Yeah, and I can completely understand that. But there is, how to put this, there's a part of the relationship that has not fully developed in what it could be. So while it may not be completely new, there is an aspect to it that needs developed in order to create that emotional connection again. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, but while you are staying in your independence, that is coming back for the masculine aspect. Now, masculine doesn't mean male or female, it's just who has more of that masculine energy in the relationship. So that masculine energy is stepping forward in order to succeed more. And
Yeah. Yep.
yeah, so it's not like you're doing your own thing, you're being independent, but you're giving enough space for the other partner to come in and find that success again. And once that is kind of rebuilt in your partner, then it's like, okay, we can almost start over again. It's not going to be like starting over from scratch or anything like that, but it's more as, okay, we are ready to put more back into this relationship again. We are ready to revitalize it, go out on dates again, or just have fun again. And just that emotional connection and finding balance, because it does seem like there is a little bit of imbalance because one partner is showing up as less mature, particularly with your partner may have been at the beginning someone very confident, authoritative, taking control, maybe a little bit fiery, but something has happened to where that has stepped back and he has reverted back to kind of a smaller version of himself, but he's regaining that and he is becoming more emotionally available, and more receptive and accepting of everything that has happened. How is that
Okay.
sounding?
That's not sort of coming to light or showing it to me yet, but yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any children?
I'm older. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have 2 children?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. So is one of them planning on getting married anytime soon?
Yeah. Shortly. Yeah. In October.
Okay, so as this is going on, this marriage, of course, celebrations are involved. A lot of stress can come up as well. And it seems like this is going to help trigger this revitalization of your own relationship, whether it's just a remembrance of like, oh my gosh, we had that happiness, we had that joy, even possibly renewing vows if you are currently married and whatnot. But seeing your children happy, seeing them in that place of love and acceptance, it's almost like it's like a light bulb turns back on. It's like, oh yeah, let's go back and let's do this again, because it seems like life just got in the way. There's been some loss, particularly if any of you have lost like a childhood friend or someone really close to you that you have known most of your life. There's been so much going on, and there is a heavy theme of sadness. So that stagnation that you were currently feeling was simply because you weren't quite sure where to go next. And it's not necessarily in a relationship, or just so much has changed, and you're like, oh, now what? And that happens multiple times throughout your life, like graduating from school, getting married, having children, and getting to retirement age. There's such a big transformation that's a lot of times it just stops us in our place and goes, what now? You may have an ideal, but it's coming back to love after a period of loss and heartache and sadness. It's a remembrance of what you had possibility, stepping out of that discontentment, that apathy, that day-to-day of like, oh my gosh, this is just, we got stuck in a rut. So give it some more time. Go in with that and have a great wedding and congratulate the happy couple. And then you can go in and see that emotion come back, that love come back, and say, okay, let's have some fun. Let's go on dates. Let's go take a trip out to the lake or wherever you want to go, but bring joy back.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, what's going on? Yeah, correct.
All right, I hope that helps. And just know, stay in your independent lane and things will start to fall into place.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, darlings. I'm Perry Lyons. The reason I am so hot, all of my makeup, I just put the lipstick on again, but all of the makeup just slid right off my face. My entire face is on the carpet outside this room. Hi, hello, cherished ducklings. I'm Perry Lyons, and you're you, which is the best possible thing you can be. So, I would normally say more, but my brain seems to be trickling out through my feet. I'm so hot. And I tried to put powder on, but I was so sweaty that the powder stuck, and I looked like, fried chicken when you dip it in the milk and egg and then you dip it in the flour. I was terrified. I'm like, I can't leave this on. Somebody's going to come along and deep fry me. We can't have that. Although I bet it'd be delicious. Hi, I'm sitting here staring at my phone like a lovesick teenager, waiting for your call. Bat, bat, bat. Or for you to send me a check for $5 million. But actually, I think I'd rather have you call me. And you know what? Both are good. So call me and I will discern your deepest secrets. And then blackmail you. I don't do that anymore. I'm kidding. He makes you goofy, man. I have to tell you, I don't know how you people in the South do this. And I'm half WASP, but I'm half Russian, Polish, Jewish. And we're not built for this. I'm built for snowdrifts and to have a child while keep picking potatoes, which explains the size of my hips. But enough about me. Let's talk about you. What do you think of me? I'm going to do the psychic tarot weather right now. And the psychic tarot weather is easy. I have to say, I invented this first days of YouTube. Did I think to monetize it? No. I'm not bitter. So, couple things. If you're listening or hearing this, whether it's by accident or design, I think it's by design, but it's all good. It works like this. It applies to you. The first card is the card for starting now, first couple of days in the week. And this is how sort of everybody's going to be feeling. You know how when you're in a mood, you look around, kind of everybody's in the same mood, like that. The second card is for, weekend, going into Monday, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, and we're back here again. And we get to reset. Okay. Psychic tarot weather. I didn't pick these beforehand, so I'm like, what am I going to get? Oh, that's nice. Oh my gosh, these are really good. The funny thing is, this always works too. I have people calling me up from all over the, 3-mile radius. No, I'm kidding. All over the world. And even I'm midweek, I'm like, wait a minute, this came up in the cards this week. This applies to me too? All right, so first card, we love him. He's the Knight of Wands. He's the Knight of Wands. Can you see this? Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. What do you call it? I am hot. Deck. Knight of Wands is not just a handsome man in shining armor. He's a knight in shining armor. It's usually men under 40 or 45, often because when you see wands, it's a fire sign. He could be a Leo, Sag, or Aries. You might want to stay away from Aries men. Aries women are great. Hi, Jennifer. But Aries men, a little tricky. They're wonderful, but when, it's like, have you ever coached 4-year-olds playing soccer? And they're totally into it. And they love you. And it's the best thing that, who's who's that? What's that over there? That's Aries men. But this one's coming to your rescue in some way. Not that you need rescuing, but occasionally it's nice to have somebody gallop in and say, hey, little miss, you need a hand there? That's kind of what's happening. And then what's happening, I'm not making this up. The Ace of Cups is, among other things, is a conception card. As you can see, there's something coming down from heaven into this cup, which I'm not going to tell you what that represents. But it can be a conception card. But most often, aces in tarot, as in poker, are very, very good. We like them. They indicate the beginning of a whole new cycle. Hi. Oh, Nicole in Park Hill, Missouri. I was just talking about how much I like Missouri. To my friend Jessica, who lives there, was born there. Hold on, I'll be right back. Meanwhile, do the deep vagus nerve breathing. So you're going to go like this. And then take one more breath. And then let it out like this. Which is not very dignified and highly amusing to any toddler standing around. Do that 3 times. It resets your vagus nerve, which is your nervous system. As opposed to your vagus nerve, I never get tired of this too, VAGAS, which is where a nerve, when stimulated, you wake up in a seedy hotel in a Nevada city surrounded by 12 unconscious sex workers, 42,000 empty bottles of liquor, and a whole decade of your life missing. But enough about my life. Okay, so the Ace, it's the beginning of a new cycle of happiness, love, and just, it's wonderful. I never get to see it, so thank goodness we're getting it for you guys. And last, we have Temperance. Temperance, it can be a sobriety card, which is always good. Shout out to all my sober friends. You're doing great. So proud of you. But the Temperance card it's kind of like, take it easy, take it easy. Don't let the sound of your own wheels drive you crazy. That's kind of what Temperance is. Relax, calm down. It doesn't have to be solved right now. Trust me, the queen of procrastination. But relax and kind of take a middle road here. Okay, my dear Nicole. Hi, Nicole. How are you?
Hello. I'm good. How are you?
Good. Well, I guess that's it. No, hi. I love Missouri because isn't the state motto is show me, right?
Yeah.
And then I think of it like as a combination of skepticism and barbecue, which is why I love Missouri. What a great combo. I like to connect to people. Hi, sweetie. I'm glad you called. I like to connect to people through their birthdays. So just tell me your birthday. Don't have to tell me the year.
November 10th.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
November 10th.
Oh, look at you little Scorpio. We love Scorpios. I'm a Pisces. We're the only people on Earth who can handle you. Aside from maybe Cancer. And really, I was married to one for 15 years. We love them. Anyway, my little Scorpio, how can I help you? It feels like there's a question at the top of your mind that you kind of are like, I don't think I'm going to ask that. Ask that one. Why not?
I guess I just kind of general. I don't really. I guess I'm not working at the moment, and I really can't. So I guess it's just a general reading. I guess I don't know. I don't have a question.
Okay, I'm going to need you to speak up a little because I'm deaf as a post. I'm sorry, not your fault, not my fault. Okay, so you're not working right now. Is that something you want to fix, or you feels like you're okay for now? Hmm?
Yeah.
And okay, general is good. I don't feel like I'm doing my best job for you if I'm doing general.
Oh.
So let's start out with the first thing that's like the most up in your mind is like, what do I want an answer to?
My son. Well, my oldest son. Will we connect again?
Your what guy? I'm sorry.
My oldest son.
Oh God. Is he his 30s or 20s?
He's in his 30s. He's going to be hitting 30.
Okay, if he's going to be 30, the last 3 years have been hell for you. When is his birthday?
Yes.
April
I'm sorry, April what?
12th.
I don't know if you heard my intro about Aries men. I've engaged a couple of them. They're really difficult because I mean, people say that Taurus men are stubborn. Aries men, they will not do anything you tell them to, even if it's like, get out of the line of fire. The people have machine guns. They're like, I can handle it. When they think, oh, wait a minute, maybe this is a bad idea, they'll get the hell out of there. You can talk and talk and talk until your head turns blue and your toes fall off. But I think he's always been like this, and he's going to do what he wants until he doesn't want to do it anymore. And I'm not going to get too personal here, but I think we both know what the root of a lot of his problems are. Well, there are two roots, actually. One feels like something I'm not going to talk about, but as a sober person, I'm just going to say that direction. I also think, is he with somebody right now? Is he married or with a girl?
Yeah.
I don't like her. I'm sorry. I just don't. What?
Yep.
She's a manipulative. See you next Tuesday. Hold on, I grab my. Yeah, she's isolating him.
Yep.
And she wants control over him. Do they have 1 or 2 kids?
No.
Okay,
No
they're
children.
going to. I'm sorry, I'm always this blunt, but I don't usually say things like, I don't like her. I don't like her. She manipulated him into this relationship. Because he's kind of like gaga, he seems gaga over her, and his favorite thing to say lately is, yes, dear, what else? Their girlfriend's was the one he was in love with. Oh, shoot, I just froze there. Is that right?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
Darling, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
I'm only
Sorry.
telling people.
You
Okay.
cut out right before you asked me.
Yes, it froze. I'm not making fun of you. I'm making fun of my.
Uh-oh. Hello? I think we froze up again. Oh, no. Hello? Uh-oh.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from Lady D's PsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host, Lady D. Hope you've all had an amazing week. So with this week, we do have a lot of positive aspects coming up. So we actually have, today we've got Mercury, which is starting its sextile with Venus. So this could actually be really good things in terms of relationships and finances. Mixed with that, tomorrow we have a conjunction with Jupiter and Mercury. So I really feel like with this weekend and even coming into next week, it's a golden opportunity here to be able to negotiate, to really connect with people who you want to collaborate with, whether it be for like a business or for an idea or for a project. This is where we can make things happen. As Jupiter is a planet of luck, Mercury is about how we communicate. It is also about how we think, and having that sextile to Venus, it rules relationships and money. So I really feel like with this weekend, it is about you really going for things that you really want to achieve. Like I said, it's going to be like an open door. And you might hear good news coming in, or something you've been waiting on. You might, finally get that news you've been waiting to hear, but it'll be positive. We've also got on the 17th, we've got Mars, which is going to be starting its square with Neptune. I feel like that you might feel a little bit like gang up, or people trying to sort of lead you down the wrong path. But because you've got the other aspects, it's like giving you that courage to sort of speak up and I do feel like you've got to see through it. But I feel like that with that square, I feel like it's going to be someone trying to dangling the carrot. And I feel like this person that would be doing that would be someone who's misleading you or not telling the truth, or trying to get you to do something, but not going to go through in their end. But I feel like though you'll still get to see that person, and I feel like you'll be able to, as I said, negotiate. So I really feel like with the aspect with Mercury, it's giving you that courage to sort of speak up to people that maybe you didn't have the courage to speak up to before, or maybe you're worried about speaking up to. I really feel like it's giving you that oomph. We've also got Venus in tri to Saturn. That's going to be any problems coming up with relationships or financial problems. I feel like that's going to work its way out, and it's going to give you solutions to be able to sort of land back on your feet. Oh, that's happening on the 18th. So also on the 18th, we've got Mercury, Venus sextile Jupiter, which is already that happened on the weekend with that energy sort of starting because with that Mercury. And we've got, it's Mercury, sorry, so it's going to be trying Saturn, but it's still able to talk your way through problems as well. But as I said, Venus is also linked with Mercury with that angle, so I do feel like it's all linked together. We still will have that square to Venus into Mars. We had that last week and we saw it this week. I feel like that's sort of like, I feel like there's been issues with either money or people around you, and you're not able to sort of confront them. But as I said before, you've got the energy that's going to be opening a door up and really giving you the energy to confront them. Let's go to the caller. So we've got Kelly, who is in Toronto, in Canada. So hi, Kelly. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. How can I help you today?
I just wanted to see if I could get a short reading or an insight onto my situation.
Yeah, which area of your life is it about?
Just everything. At this point, pretty much just, a general.
Like about money? It's to do with money?
Sort of, yeah. And just life struggles mainly.
I just feel like something's not stacking up. Like something's not right. I keep on seeing like something not being stacked up properly. I feel like that it seems like the money seems to be taken, or so, or it's going. If you're spending, if you're having to like always pay out, or there's like money being taken. I see money being stacked up, and then I see like chunks being taken. I feel like that, but I just feel like everything there is sort of going up too, with the cost of living as well. I also see being being tired. Yeah, see being very tired and a little bit lethargic too. So you do have a partner? You've got a partner?
No, I don't. No, I'm single.
See you. Okay. I see you arguing with someone. So I do see you like arguing, and I do feel like it's a male that you're arguing with. So I did assume that it's a partner. So I just felt there's someone around you who's a little bit prickly, who's I mean, I thought they're not telling you everything. So I don't know if this is like a son. I just thought as a male, I just see you like arguing that something's not right. And
yeah, there's something not right in my living situation, like going on around me. Like there's something like that I'm not too sure what exactly it is, but like weird things are happening that I can't really justify, but like I know that it's not me. I know that someone's doing something, but I just can't hit it on the nail yet.
Do you have a male that lives with you?
Evidence of it. No,
is there a male?
There's nobody that lives here with me. No, but I figured that it is a male that's doing something towards me that's like leaving the marks of it, of a male imposter kind of thing. It's like they're like that's weird. It's weird.
Yeah, because I'm keeping getting male,
like
it's a male.
Yeah, I think it's a male too.
I see you sort of arguing
anything about like I don't know.
And do you have a black dog as well?
No, I have a black cat. That's like I just kind of actually saved it from going to the animal shelter, which is used to be a friend of mine's cat. But I argued with him recently because the way he came here to retrieve it, that I was like, no, you can't do this, you can't do that, and then think you're going to get a cat.
Yeah, okay, all right, cool. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, because I'm like, I keep seeing this male, and I'm thinking, oh, is this okay? Okay, so he's I feel like with that man, he's a little bit jealous, but I don't feel like he treated that cat the correct way, and I kind of feel like I don't know if this cat thinks it's a dog or he treated the cat like a dog. There's something about the cat being a dog.
Special needs cat too. He's special needs for sure too. Cat has cerebral palsy, so he shakes all the time. And yeah, I've noticed a few things with him too. Like when he's been here with me, he actually plays with toys and stuff like that, and he actually gets really excited and stuff. And then when I've seen him in his custody, the other person's custody, I never seen him play ever, which was kind of odd. So I did notice a few things like that.
Okay, so I feel like with the man, I feel like he's just a bit jealous, and I feel like I just feel like he mistreated this cat, and but I feel like the cat's in safe hands with you. I do feel like the cat wants to stay with you, and it doesn't want to go with him. Like I kind of feel like the cat would sort of hiss at it. So you're doing the right, thing. I just feel like you didn't know how to handle the cat, or you didn't know how to treat the cat well. And I do feel like you're doing the right thing, but I just feel like this man's going to keep hovering around, or I don't think you've heard the last of him. And I think that you're going to have to put your foot down and maybe just say to him, look, you're not, no. But I just feel like you're going to like treasure the cat. With the things that are going missing, going wrong, I mean, I don't know if that man has access around the house. It just feel like it could be him or something to do with him. But I do feel like there'll be a move.
Is there anything else you're picking up on? Like, that's negative, that's happening, when I'm not here in my home?
You're talking about, you mean like a spirit? Or you mean a spirit? You're talking about a spirit or something physical?
I'm not too sure.
Okay, look, I kind of feel like it's that man. I feel like that man's got a lot to do with this stuff. Because there's something about him that I don't like. I kind of feel like you're going to move as well. I kind of feel like there's a move coming up. I mean, it could be next year, but I just see, I don't think you're going to be staying where you are. I think you're going to be going north, where I don't know where north is, but north. I just heard north, and you're going to feel like you're going to move. So I feel like this what's happening. I feel like this is why you're going to move, because I feel like there's a move coming up for you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for calling in today.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much.
That's okay, no problem. So if you want to contact me, you can. My website is Lady D Psychic Parties. My Facebook page is also Lady D Psychic Parties. My Instagram is Lady DS Psychic, and my TikTok is Lady D Psychic, the same as my YouTube channel. And next week I will be in Melbourne. I will try to make it on time. So we'll see. And then the weekend after that, I'm traveling to New Zealand. So thank you, and I might see you next week. So bye for now.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Understanding Spirit with Mary Shapano. Live. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Twin Flames Live with Mary Miller. Live from Facebook.com/Worker of Light Spirit. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2000. 2751. In London, 2035192158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Twin Flames Live on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to Twin Flames Live. I'm Mary Miller with Worker of Light Spiritual. Tonight I want to do something a little bit different. Usually when I come on here, I'm teaching you about the twin flame journey, the separation, the runner and chaser dynamic, healing, surrender, soul recognition, and all the different experiences that come along with this type of connection. But tonight I want to be a little bit more vulnerable with you. Because I'm a twin flame coach, I'm also a person walking my own spiritual and twin flame journeys. And I think sometimes when we look at coaches, spiritual teachers, tarot readings, healers, or even people who seem further along in their twin flame journey, we can accidentally put them on a pedestal. We think they figured it out. They don't get triggered anymore. They don't get insecure. They've healed everything. And then when we struggle, we look at ourselves and wonder, what's wrong with me? Why haven't I reached that point yet? So tonight, I want to tell you something that I think is important to hear. I don't have everything figured out. I still have triggers. I still have insecurities. And sometimes I discover that something I thought I had completely healed still has another layer underneath it. Something happened recently in my own journey that made me confront that. You might be able to tell that I'm a little bit sad today, and that's where that's coming from. I'm going to keep the details private because obviously my twin flame is involved and his story and personal details are not mine to tell anybody else. But I can tell you about my part of it. And what happened is that I found myself reacting towards him from a place of insecurity in a way that I genuinely didn't expect. And afterwards, I was disappointed in myself because I thought I've worked on this. I thought I had gotten better. Actually, I had gotten better. And that's what made it so confusing. I had been handling situations with him that once would have triggered me very differently than I have in the past. I could see the progress and I could feel the progress. So when I suddenly found myself reacting from that insecure place again, part of me thought, how am I back here? Did all of that healing mean nothing? And once I calmed down enough to really look at what had happened, I realized something. The trigger had changed, but the wound underneath it hadn't. And that's what I want to talk about tonight. Sometimes we work really hard on one particular insecurity. Maybe you're jealous of another person. Maybe you compare yourself to your twin flame. Maybe you're afraid of abandonment. Maybe you need reassurance. Maybe separation makes you feel like you're not good enough. And eventually, that particular trigger stops controlling you as much. So you think, I healed it. And maybe you did heal part of it, but then something completely different happens and suddenly you're experiencing the same emotional response all over again. And that's because sometimes we spend so much time healing the expression of the wound that we don't realize there's something deeper underneath it. Maybe the original problem wasn't jealousy. Maybe underneath the jealousy was, I'm afraid I'm not enough. Maybe the problem wasn't needing reassurance. Maybe underneath that was, I'm afraid I won't be chosen. Maybe the problem wasn't comparing yourself to your twin flame. Maybe underneath that was, I believe I have to be as good as or better than this person in order to feel safe being completely seen by them. And if that deeper belief is still there, your mind can simply just find another thing to attach it to and another way to express it. And that's something I've had to recognize in myself recently. And I'm sharing that with you because I don't ever want somebody to listen to this show and think, Mary is a twin flame coach, so she must never struggle with any of these things. Because I do. Being a coach does not mean that I have transcended being human. It means that I've learned from my experiences. I've studied these patterns. I've developed tools for navigating them, and I can use what I've learned to help others. But I'm still learning too. And I actually think there's something dangerous about the idea that people have that spiritual growth eventually makes us immune to our own humanity. We can start believing that if we're truly healed, we'll never get jealous, we'll never be afraid, we'll never feel insecure, we'll never become defensive, we'll never react badly or have any negative reactions to anything. And if one of those things does happen, we think we failed. But healing isn't necessarily that clean or that straightforward. Healing can also look like recognizing the pattern sooner. It can look like taking responsibility instead of blaming the other person. It can look like realizing, wow, I really did not handle that the way I wanted to or the way I should have. It can look like apologizing. It can look like giving somebody space instead of demanding that everything be resolved immediately. And sometimes healing looks like admitting, I don't actually know how to stop this pattern yet. And that last one can be terrifying because we want the answer, especially when we're on a twin flame journey. We want to be able to say, okay, I identified the wound. Now tell me what to do so I can heal it, fix the connection, reach union, and never have to experience this again. But sometimes recognizing the pattern is the next step. You don't have to solve everything in the same moment that you become aware of it. And there's another piece of this that I think is especially important in twin flame connections. Sometimes the person we feel the deepest connection with is also the person we're most terrified of being completely vulnerable with. And that sounds contradictory. You would think, if I love this person so deeply, shouldn't they be the safest person for me to show everything to? But sometimes it's exactly the opposite, because their opinion matters so much. Being seen by them feels higher stakes. If a stranger sees one of your insecurities, it may be easy to not care. If someone you deeply love sees it, suddenly that insecurity can feel enormous. You might want that person to see the strongest, most healed, most confident version of you. And when you see something that you wish you could hide, you may become defensive, or you may withdraw. You may chase reassurance. You may lash out. You may try to prove yourself. You may do almost anything except simply sit there and say, this is something I'm insecure about, and I'm terrified that you're going to think less of me because of it. And that's where the deeper work begins. Not in becoming perfect enough that there's nothing left for them to see, but in learning that you don't have to be perfect to be worthy of being seen. But in learning that you don't have to be perfect. And I want to make another distinction tonight. Understanding why you reacted a certain way doesn't automatically make the reaction okay. That's something I'm reminding myself of too. There's a difference between an explanation and an excuse. Understanding the wound helps us figure out what needs healing, but we're still responsible for what we do with that wound. If our fear causes us to hurt somebody, understanding where the fear came from doesn't erase the impact. We can have compassion for ourselves while also saying, I don't want to keep doing this. And maybe you've had that experience. Maybe you've promised yourself, I will never react that way again. And then months later, you did. I want you to know that doesn't mean you're hopeless. But it might mean that instead of making another promise, it's time to become curious about the pattern. Ask yourself, what was I actually afraid of in that moment? What did I believe the other person's reaction would mean about me? What was I desperately trying to protect? Was I trying to protect the connection, or was I trying to protect my ego from feeling exposed? And here's a really important one. What could I do differently the next time I feel that first wave of activation, of feeling triggered before it becomes a reaction? Because eventually, healing has to move beyond understanding what happened after the fact. We have to learn to recognize it while it's happening. And that's something I'm still working on too. And I think it's okay for me to tell you that. I don't believe my job as a coach is to stand above you and pretend that I've mastered every aspect of being human. I definitely struggle, and I definitely still have issues with my twin flame. A few minutes ago, you probably heard me mess up on what I wanted to say and repeat something a second time because I forgot where I was. And the reason is because I know my twin flame watches my shows, and I'm afraid to mess up in front of him. And so sometimes that makes me mess up in front of him anyway. So my job is not to pretend that I've mastered everything, because I haven't. My job is to walk beside you with everything I've learned from my own journey and help you recognize things that can be incredibly difficult to see when you're standing inside of them. Sometimes I'm teaching you something I've already walked through, and sometimes I'm teaching you something that life is reminding me of right now. So if you've recently had a setback, if an old trigger resurfaced, if you reacted in a way you're embarrassed about, if you're sitting there thinking, I thought I was more healed than this, don't throw away all the progress you've made. Look deeper. Maybe you're not back at the beginning. Maybe you've simply reached another layer. Healing isn't proven by never getting triggered again. Sometimes healing is recognizing the pattern sooner, taking responsibility for it, and choosing differently the next time it appears. And sometimes the most powerful thing we can say is, I still have work to do. I know I certainly do. And that's okay. Thank you for allowing me to be vulnerable with you tonight. And if you're struggling with your own twin flame journey, remember that you don't have to have everything figured out today. Pay attention to what your triggers are trying to show you, not just about your twin flame, but about you. Because ultimately, that's where so much of this journey leads us, back to ourselves. I'm Mary Miller with Worker of Light Spiritual, and this has been Twin Flames Live, broadcasting live on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. Have a wonderful rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world, and I will see you next week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Mediumship Uncovered with Medium Donna Young. Live from MediumDonnaYoung.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Mediumship Uncovered on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Donna Young from country outback Australia. So I'm here with my show Mediumship Uncovered, which I'm on every week. So throughout the show, you guys will, there'll be a caller, and I'll I'll just give you whatever information that comes through from spirit. So I'm going to actually talk about the energy at the moment. So the energy is exciting. Things have started moving. Things have been changing. Some of us may be going through a lot at the moment where there's massive changes happening, but know that this is all for the better. Things that have been hovering and things that have been happening for so long and needed that cleanup is happening. So many of us might be cleaning up our house, cleaning up our businesses, cleaning up our bank accounts. So we're not getting all these direct debits coming out that we no longer need for certain apps or whatever, but it's a total cleanup in so many different areas. And 2027 has started this week. The energy from next year has started and things are starting to come to the surface. Things are starting to play out and things are starting to actually get exciting. So I'm so excited for next year because the energy just feels amazing. But there is a lot of people struggling at the moment where things have actually really changed. So I've got Wendy here from North Carolina in the US. How are you, Wendy?
I'm okay.
Welcome. And okay, so you know how I work. I communicate directly with spirits. So they'll come through and they'll give all the information I need to know. Okay, I've got I straight away had a man coming through and I was getting he was a father figure. And is there someone else that you'd like to hear from today as well?
My daughter, she passed away.
Your father? Yeah.
So my daughter passed away.
Oh, your daughter? Okay, because he was telling me to ask you, and sometimes they do that if it's very sensitive. Does that make sense? And he's talking about being around your daughter, this man. I've got her coming through, and I feel quite unwell with her, if that makes sense. And did she pass quite suddenly?
Yes.
Because she's talking about her passing quite suddenly. And did you not get to say goodbye to her?
No.
And she's also talking about her. Now, was she a young adult? Because she's talking to me about, like, she's showing me her as a young adult.
Yes.
And
yes,
she's showing me as a young adult, and she's talking about where you feel her around you as well. And she's talking about, now, has this just recently happened over the last few years? Has this just happened over the last few years? Yeah, because she's talking about this as...
Yeah.
Yeah. She's saying this has just happened over the last few years, and she's talking about now, was somebody else involved with her passing?
I think she. I don't.
And was there drugs involved with this? Pardon?
No.
Okay. And did she have something to do with her passing?
Did what now?
Did she have something to do with her passing, love?
Not that I know of.
Okay, because she blames herself, if that makes sense. And she's talking about, she wants you to know, like, she didn't want to go anywhere. She was excited about life. There was things that had changed for her and things that she was excited about. And she's talking about also where there was was she coming to visit you?
She came to visit me about 3 weeks before she passed, and she had a spinal tap done within that time, and that's what I think killed her, the spinal tap, because I found her, but when I found her, she was already deceased.
Okay. Because she's talking
foul play or anything like that.
Yeah, okay. And was this because she's talking about, and did she have an infection in the brain, like swelling in the brain?
Yeah.
Because she's talking about swelling in the brain and like an infection in the brain, and she's talking about and that's where she's talking about to do with the procedure, if that makes sense, where this was what that was from, because she's talking about where to do with an infection.
Yeah.
And she's saying about everything hadn't been died, like they couldn't find what was wrong with her.
No, she was sick for 10 years and they couldn't figure out what was wrong with her.
Yeah, because she's saying that they couldn't find what was wrong with her. And she's talking about where she had been very unwell, and she just wants you to know that she's at peace now. She didn't want to go anywhere. She wanted to get this sorted out. And she's talking about her being very unwell the days after she'd visited you, if that makes sense. And she's talking about where she had more procedures booked in, where she was going, and they were finally starting to find out what was wrong with her. And she's talking about, were they questioning if she had Lyme disease?
No, but they did run tests, and they didn't get to finish running the test before she died.
Yeah, okay, because she's talking about Lyme disease.
Okay.
And she's just talking about that. So I don't know if they had mentioned that, but she just wants you to know that she's okay. And she's talking about where she was excited because they were starting to finally find things. And she's also talking about her father. And she's talking about did they have a disconnection?
Yeah.
Because she's talking about a disconnection with her father, and she's talking about where there's issues with him. And have you heard from him? Because she's talking about you. And did he come to her funeral?
Yeah.
Because she's talking about him coming to my funeral, and she's saying, but she hadn't seen him for a long time, or had anything to do with him, and she's just acknowledging that he come to the funeral when he hadn't been around for such a long time. But she wants you to know, she says, you were such a good mum. And you did everything. You backed me. You were there for me over the last 10 years where it was a real struggle for me. And she just wants to say thank you. And she's there with the father on the other side, so a grandfather. And he's there. He's around her. They're both there together. And I've also got an older lady there also. Okay. Well, it was lovely to meet you, Wendy. Do you have any other questions?
I just feel guilty about the spinal tap because I'm the one that wanted her to have it done, and then it ultimately killed her.
This wasn't your fault. You were trying to fix. You were trying to fix the problem, she says. Do not feel guilty. You were the best mum ever. And I feel like this would have actually given some information for them to be able to find out what was wrong with her. They may even have some of the information if you haven't got the results for that.
So I've got everything. I just couldn't find anybody to help me to get justice for her.
Okay. Yeah, because I feel like some of the results are in that to be able to put your mind at ease. So, okay, Wendy, it was lovely to speak to you. Thank you for listening to my show.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, everyone. So, you can book readings with me on mediumdonnayoung.com. I also have other days and specials on magicgift.com. They're about to launch the first spiritual training centre in the world where up and coming mediums and psychics and healers, everyone can actually train with real live customers, and customers can actually receive discounted services. So where it starts from $7, I think. So that's going to be live in the next few weeks as well, and that's on magicgift.com.au. So keep an eye out for that because it's something very exciting. So thank you for joining my show, everyone. I've run out of time today, but thank you for following me, everyone, and I'll see you again next week. Bye.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Energy Intuition Transformation with Sue Williams. Live from holistic-health.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Energy Intuition Transformation on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, beautiful souls, and welcome to Energy Intuition Transformation. I'm Sue Williams, the Spirit Psychic. I have to say, all of the weeks that I've been doing this show, this one feels particularly significant. And I did mention in the last show, we had a couple of days just to reset ourselves. Things were just a bit quieter. But this week, because of either yesterday or today, depending where you are in the world, a total solar eclipse in Leo moved across the sky, or is moving. the first visible over mainland Europe since 1999. And for a few extraordinary minutes, the moon slides directly in front of the sun and daylight itself is changed. Now, you don't need to have seen it for that energy to have touched you, because eclipse energy doesn't require a front row seat. It moves through all of us quietly, powerfully, often in ways we don't immediately recognize. And can you feel it? Because the solar eclipses are new beginnings, but not the gentle incremental kind. They accelerate timelines. They illuminate what has been quietly waiting in the wings of your life, ready to step forward. And Leo, the sign this eclipse has ignited, is the sign of the heart, of passion, of creative fire, of the courage to stop hiding what you were born to express, which makes this week's oracle card feel less like a coincidence and more like a direct message from the universe itself. So for this week's oracle card segment, I chose this deck, which is Clarifying Life Situations. And the card that I drew, oh my goodness gracious, and it's in the upright position because this deck can be upright or reversed. And it's the Rising Flames card. And the message is, let your passion guide you to the fulfilling purpose meant for you. Rising flames on the day or the day after a Leo solar eclipse. If that doesn't make the hairs on your arms stand up, I don't know what will. But this card is not asking you to be sensible or strategic. It's asking you to feel, really feel what sets you alight and what you would do if fear weren't in the room. That thing, that fire, well, that is your purpose, trying to make itself known. Leo energy invites you to lead with courage and desire from the heart, not from fear. And when you shift from how do I protect myself to what genuinely brings me alive, well, everything changes. And this card, drawn in the upright position, is a clear and unambiguous signal. The flames are rising, as you can see in the card. And it's the type of fire that's not dangerous and not destructive, but it's the way a fire rises when it finally has enough oxygen, with warmth, with light, with the power to illuminate everything around it. And the question this eclipse and this card are asking together is breathtakingly simple. What are you waiting for? It's that simple. Something ends in order for something else to start anew. The eclipse has cleared the ground. Rising flames is telling you what to plant there. So here is a soul question. And before we move into our meditation, I want to offer you this one question to carry with you into that space. Not a question to answer out loud, not a question to think your way through, just one question to hold gently and see what rises when you do. So here's that question. If passion, not practicality, not other people's expectations, definitely not fear, was your only compass right now, where would it lead you? So sit with that, let it breathe, and bring it with you as we go within. And here we go with this week's meditation, which we call the Rising Flame. And of course, please don't listen to this while driving or operating machinery. And if you need your full focus right now, keep your eyes open and return to experience this meditation with the replay. So when you are ready, and if it is safe to do so, gently close your eyes. Begin by taking in that slow, deep breath. And that long, soft exhale. Again, breathing in. And as you exhale, let everything you don't need right now fall away as you breathe out. Let your body settle. Let your mind begin to quiet. Now, imagine a single flame, small at first, just a flicker, cupped in the dark. But it's steady, alive and warm. This flame has always been here, even in your most uncertain moments. Even when you couldn't feel it, it never went out. And now, with each breath, imagine that flame growing a little stronger, a little taller. It begins to cast a glow, not just in front of you, but around you, above you. And the light reaches further than you expected, and you feel totally safe and protected, because this flame is your passion, your purpose, your particular fire. And now, in the energy of this eclipse, in the light of this Leo sky, I want you to ask the flame a question. Just ask it in your mind. Where do you want to take me? And don't force an answer. Don't edit what may come up. Just watch the flame and notice. Does it lean in a direction? Does it flare brightly when a particular thought arises? Does it show you a face, a place, a feeling, a version of your life that makes something in your chest say yes and stay with whatever comes? Now, place your hand on your heart. Feel the warmth there, your own warmth, your own fire. In one sentence, what your passion is pointing you towards right now. Not a goal, not a plan, just the direction of the flame. Now, it might just be one word. It might be messy and half-formed, and that's completely fine. Eclipse energy doesn't require polish. It requires honesty. And then beneath that sentence, write this: the door is open. I am ready to walk through. Perhaps underline that. Make sure that it is something that you are really, really willing to do. And mean what you say. Look back at that a word or sentence that you wrote. Then again, look at that other sentence, these other sentences. The door is open and I am ready to walk through, and really mean it. Because if you've been waiting for the universe to say, go for it, well, the Leo solar eclipse is exactly that signal. Know that the eclipse has spoken, and the rising flames, well, they have confirmed it. Because now it's your turn to step forward, your turn to do what you are meant to do in this incarnation. And allow that to happen, because that's why you are here. And just feel how amazing that is going to be as the days go by. So the rising flames. Well, let your passion guide you to the fulfilling purpose meant for you, what you are meant to do in this life. And you will know, because when you think of that thing, it's just going to make you feel as if, that's why I'm here. All of a sudden, I realize that is the truth. And on this day, or the day after, the total solar eclipse in Leo, there is truly no more perfect card. And the universe was looking down when I was shuffling. This was the one that it draw me to, and the one that made me think, yes, this is absolutely the card we need. And can you feel how alive this moment is? Well, whether you're feeling like a fire has been lit in your belly to chase your dreams with even more fervour than before, or you're feeling wired and a little overwhelmed, well, you're far from alone. You're simply feeling that eclipse season is moving through you. And this card says, just trust it. Ride with it. Let the flames rise. And of course, if you feel called to explore what's rising in you right now, to move into the eclipse season with clarity, support, and real intention, I'd love to walk alongside you, and we could use Spirit Talk Journeys, a very special hypnosis program. Another one is my Quantum Journeys hypnosis, or even to engage with your animals as well with Holistic Animal Wellness. All the details are at holistic-health.au, my website, and you're always welcome to reach out to me through the contact form. So thank you so much for being here on this extraordinary day. And until next time, have a blessed and activated week. As always, stay open, stay grounded, and let those flames rise. Bye for now.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Soul Seed, divine guidance and spiritual mediumship with Lisa Thurgate Marks. Lisa Thurgate Marks. Live from LisaThurgateMarks.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites. AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Seed, Divine Guidance and Spiritual Mediumship on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Great energy at the moment. We have Black Bang in the middle of the eclipse number 1. It's about opportunity. It's about knowing your inner wisdom, listening to your soul, opening up the heart to your doorway. The doorway, to your heart. The heart is your doorway. And when we open up, as this is energy, the feelings, they're coming through. They're coming hard and fast. And you'll notice even as I talk, it's like it's with urgency, but at the same time, it's actually stopping and feeling what is it I need to create right now for my life moving forward. And it's hand on heart, really feeling, do I know what it is? Do I have to tweak it? Do I have to have one line, one page where I write down what it is I'm feeling? What is I need to let go? What is it that's coming up for me that continually makes me feel uneasy? And allow it to slide. Just let it go. And that can be people, that can be work, how we earn our income, might need tweaking. We might need to let what people say to us slide rather than taking it to heart. It may be the fact of, okay, this is working great. Excellent. That's great. So what I want you to do with it is go with it. Go with the flow. If something's working, why tweak it? I understand sometimes that we listen to other people and we want to be like them, or what they're doing is wonderful. But really, this is about you. It's not about anyone else. So hand on heart, use this energy of the universe that we have right now to really critique who and what you are, what you want to become, where you're at in life, what you're doing, how you see things, how you perceive things, how you feel that you want to feel to create the peace within, to allow the soul seed to rise. And that's my soul seed divine guidance for this week. I do have a caller coming through. Lovely to hear from you. How are you feeling? Hello, how are you? Luna,
I'm doing well. How are you?
And what a beautiful name. And at the moment, how have you been feeling the effects of the universe at the moment, being within this doorway of opportunity? Have you been feeling it? Have you been feeling more comfortable with your choices?
Not really.
Because this is the time to, if you're not feeling comfortable with your choices, please tweak them. Today, what brings you onto the show?
To see what you can pick up, what's going to be happening, in the next few months throughout the end of the year.
Yeah, having a look here. Spirit doesn't give time, as we know, but I will look to see what's coming up for you. Interesting. 2 lots of changes I got straight away for you. And one is around self-expression. I keep coming around my heart, and I actually get a pull, and I'm actually getting a pull right in. I'm actually getting a pull to you, seriously, to stand back. And I keep getting the word observe. So you need to be the watcher. You need to watch what's going on for you. And understand. So when things are happening for you, realize that you're going to actually be changing things up about. There's something about someone trying to empower you, because you're going to be there's a lot of change for you. You're going to need the empowerment, but also empower yourself. Interesting. Have you noticed already that things are changing up for you around people?
Not really. I haven't noticed that.
Yeah, well, keep an eye out for that because I am getting change for you around people. Are you working part-time at the moment? Because I see you working part-time, so not a 40-hour week. The rest is going to be great for you as well. Interesting.
No. When do you see like full time?
Full-time work?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm actually seeing part-time at present. I'm not seeing a full 40 hours for you. Are you finding it hard to cope with 40-hour, like full-time work? Because I just keep feeling that you're not ready yet. I keep getting the word you're not ready yet. Interesting.
No, it's just I haven't been called in for 40 hours.
You haven't been? Well, they obviously feel that you're not ready yet because I'm getting the word not ready yet. So it may be that you might need to look, and that where people could be dropping away, you may need to look for another job where you will get the 40 hours because I'm getting part-time work for you. So maybe you could find another job to give yourself 2 part-time jobs. It would be more ideal to have the one.
I mean, it would just probably be better if I have just the one because then that would turn around the schedule and make the days longer. So
yeah.
I mean, so you said you don't pick up on timing, so
no.
For now,
I don't. For now, unless they give me an actual verbal or the month, I just feel for now, as I look forward here, I'm getting the one, but I said you could get 2, but it would be ideal for you to have 1 40-hour week, 1 full-time. So it might be the time now for you to put it out there, either speak to your bosses and ask, because sometimes if you don't ask, they might think you're quite happy going the way you are, or to look to another job. It's about weighing these options up because I did see things moving away from you, people moving away from you. You may need to look at a different. Do you work in industry? Because I got the word industry. So do you work
what do you
in
mean by
industry
that?
like industry like I suppose to me industry would be like a factory or a lot of people? I don't. You're not in an office, are you?
No.
Because I didn't see you in an office. I got Spirit's giving me the word industry, and that's what that means to me because you're not in an office. Got the word industry. What do you do?
I do taking care of elderly.
Sorry, what is that?
Taking care of older people.
Oh, like a carer. Yeah. So it's the carers industry, like health industry. Industry, yeah, that would.
No, industry. I mean, you were saying working in a factory, but no, not working.
No, because I'm trying to work to me industry. Yeah, to me industry. Because you asked what's industry to me, what I would feel, and that's what I got. Because I got the word industry. It wasn't like you're a secretary or anything. So, yeah, I would be actually asking them to give you more hours. Again, at the moment, I'm not seeing it. So maybe it's time for you to look to another job or another provider to get more hours. Because I did see people dropping away from you.
Well, I was looking for a change. I was looking for a change of job. I asked, when do you see a new job coming through?
Have you been looking already?
Yes, I have.
Oh, good. So that might be when I'm seeing people dropping away from you, new people. Remember I said to you, I've seen it happening straight away as soon as I read for you, and you said no. Well, that's okay because it could still be happening because I saw people dropping away from you. So your work is still dropping away from you. You actually need to keep looking to be able to get the 40 hours, but I'm still seeing part-time work. So it's up to you to change that. Maybe you get 35 hours and that's all you need. I'm not sure. But to get the 40 hours, I'm still not seeing it. You need the clients, I suppose. Would you ever work in a factory?
No.
No. Okay, because I still get the word factory. Interesting. What
Yeah, I
would
never
you
worked
like
in a
to do?
factory.
But you're looking for
Possibly
change.
like office work. Probably like office work, but I never worked in a factory.
And I'm not actually seeing you doing office work at this point in time. That's interesting. If we change it and say, okay, it's not a factory, but it's something like that with a lot of people around you, what would you do in that instance?
I mean, like I'd like to be honest with you. I mean, the way you're explaining it, I mean, like I said, I've been looking for office work. You said, look, you don't see me working in office, but you see me working around a lot of people, factoring. I never applied for a factoring. That's not in my job description.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
I
This
don't
is
know.
just what I'm seeing. And I'm not seeing you in an office because I've asked twice, and I've looked and I've seen. I can't see you in an actual office. I don't know why, but if you want to do that, do you think maybe you might need to tweak your qualifications so that you can?
I do have
I'm
the
not sure.
qualifications. I've done in the past that kind of work.
Yep. Yep, that's okay. Maybe still tweak it to get the exact job that you want, because at the moment I'm still not seeing it. Yes, you've got free will and you can do whatever you like, but I'm not seeing you in an office. Spirit was very clear on that. So when you're looking for a change, I would then say, okay, if I want to work in an office, maybe look at front of house in a factory. The factory is so strong. I know this sounds very left field, but sometimes when I say these things, 9 times out of 10, people come back to me and go, actually, you were right. There was this, and this. It was so close. So don't dismiss looking for an office job or something in dispatch or something in a warehouse, I don't know, in a factory, because I am seeing that. And when you ask what am I seeing, that's what I'm seeing. So please have a look at it. Don't dismiss it. So if you sometimes look outside of the square, and with this doorway of opportunity, you can bring things in. You might be looking for office work, say in the health system, but Spirit's going, well, it's not in the health system. I hope that helps you, and I just wish you all the best, that you get exactly what you're wanting, because you have beautiful energy. And to be a carer is beautiful, but it weighs heavily on you. So keep putting it out there, tweak your resume, but spread out wider. Don't dismiss a factory, please.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic. What an interesting week it's been around the world. I mean, we're not going to recap on it, but it has been an interesting week for most people. And, you know, the flavour of this week with readings that I've performed around the world has been people are on the move. Everybody's in their job, looking for somewhere new to live or just wanting to bring something into their lives that's different. That it's like everybody's sort of all of a sudden become not so much bored, but dissatisfied with things and wanting to bring about change. It's like they've sat on their hands for too long and it's now time to start moving forward. So it's really interesting that the Simply Tarot card of the week this week is the card of improvements. It's the Three of Pentacles. It's improvements underway, but delays around it. It's also known as the card of renowned glory or a place of worship. Now, when we talk about improvements underway, that can be in any area of our life. It's not necessarily just in money or love or family. It can go right across the broad spectrum. So anything that you're hoping to have improvements with, it is underway. But just be aware there could be a couple of delays around it. So it could be a little bit of a false start that we get going and then all of a sudden we hit a roadblock. That doesn't mean that we're meant to change course. It means we just need to sort of be patient and work through it. Now, the card of renowned glory to me is the highest point that we can achieve. It's the highest pinnacle. It's the best that we can achieve out of a situation. And for many of us, that's what this card will represent, that it's not so much the completion, but it's the highest point during the journey of a particular area of our lives that we're trying to complete. For some people, it will be the card of worship. It'll be a place of worship or where they feel the most secure. Now, worship doesn't always necessarily mean that we've got to walk into a church. A place of worship can be somewhere that you call a sacred space in your home, somewhere you feel that you're most peaceful, where you sort of go to sit and contemplate and think about decisions or look at areas of your life. It's somewhere that you feel the most secure. And we all have places like that. So our place of worship can be a very personal place. It doesn't necessarily have to be a bricks and mortar building. You know, churches in the olden days were held outdoors, in the great outdoors, under a tree. You know, people found plenty of places to feel peaceful and give thanks for everything that they had in their lives, or a place of contemplation and looking forward to other things or new opportunities that could come into their life. So it's wherever your significant place of worship is. But remember, this is the card of improvements underway, but there could be a slight delay around it. We need to be aware of this. Not everything always runs so smoothly that there's never a hiccup or a speed bump in the road. You know, some of the greatest glories that we've had in our lives come from sheer hard work and determination and, you know, being patient and pushing through boundaries and maybe taking a little bit of a detour to end up back on the road that we're meant to be. But in the end, we get to where we're meant to be and we find that, you know, it's a very peaceful place then, or it's a job well done where we do feel that we were able to achieve a lot. So this is the card of improvements underway and it's a very positive card. Now, moving on to the astrology, happy birthday to all the Leos. Again, we're in the last few days of Leo before the energy will change. So it's the time that no matter what your star sign is, if you need a little bit of an extra push, now is the time to do it in the next few days because the energy is still with you with all the 12 signs. So this final push of Leo, get out there, strut your stuff, speak up. Don't necessarily be bossy. Do it in a forthright sort of manner. Do it in a way that people know that you're serious. But you don't need to yell and scream or jump up and down or stamp your feet or whatever to get attention. You can do it in a powerful sort of dynamic way without raising your voice. And I think that's the important thing here. People tend to think of the roar of the lion, but they don't think of the gentleness of the little kitten. And they're both appropriate. And it's sort of sometimes we've got to get a mix of both, you know, the strength of the lion that, yes, you can come in, you can be forthright and determined and know exactly what you want, but you can present it in a soft, cuddly, tiny sort of way like a kitten that, you know, coming in and everybody goes ooh and ah because the softness, the gentleness there is there. So that's maybe the way that you want to look at approaching it. So this week we still have a stellium of planets sitting in Leo. So I'm going to work with these first, which is Jupiter, the planet of expansion, opportunity and luck, will only be in Leo for about another 9 months. So this is definitely affecting the fire signs, which is Leo, Sagittarius and Aries, and the opposite sign of Aquarius. It will gently wash over the remaining 8 signs, but it will not be as powerful as those 4 that I mentioned. So Jupiter's the planet of luck and opportunity, is conjunct or holding hands Mercury. Mercury is the planet of communication, and communication in all forms, whether it's positive or negative, it is ruled by Mercury. Mercury is actually conjunct the sun in Leo. So this is a really powerful time for those 4 signs, particularly if you need to get your point across with great gusto and get people listening to you, or create opportunities out of nowhere, or even just follow up on projects that maybe have been a little bit slow or haven't quite got off the ground yet. Now might be the time to sort of look for some more creative or some innovative ways, or some ways that Jupiter can help you sort of move these projects along and bring some expansion and some opportunity. Maybe there's some untapped markets, some phone calls or some emails that you haven't sort of sent to sort of maybe potential new people that might be able to help you achieve what it is you're trying to achieve. But make sure if you're going to be communicating with people, you're doing it in a very clear and concise manner. Sometimes I think when we put the passion into things, and that's what Leo is about, is being very passionate, sometimes we forget to add that little bit of gentleness as well. Like I spoke about earlier, it's all well and fine to come in like the lion, the king of the jungle, but make sure you put a little bit of softness in there of the soft cuddly kitten, because it's both of those things that will win people over. It's not one versus the other, it's a combination of both. And yes, people like to see you being positive and direct and full of confidence and able to present something well, but they also want to see a gentle, softer side, sort of saying that you're still human, that you care about your fellow human beings, or you care about the project that you're trying to launch and get off the ground, that you can see it from both points, from a business perspective and needing to sort of get out there and strut your stuff, but also you can present it in a palatable way, in a softer, gentle way to get people on board, to get people to purchase your product or believe in your project. So it's really, really important. So that's where we're going to leave that section. We're going to work now with Mars, the planet of action. Now, Mars, the planet of action, is the planet that gets us out of bed every morning, that says, come on, we've got to get motivated, we've got to start your day. Sometimes Mars gets bad press because sometimes he's seen as being a bit of a bully, and I suppose he can be sometimes, but sometimes we need somebody to come in and give us a bit of a rev, or sort of say something to make us get our angry hat out of the closet and say, that's not right, that's not me, I'm not doing that. And then all of a sudden, before we realise it, we've been motivated to break through those barriers that have been sort of holding us back, or our own procrastination, or our own lack of confidence to sort of get up and make something happen. But somebody makes us get angry and get our angry hat out of the closet, that all of a sudden we've got all this determination and all the answers and we move forward. So sometimes it's really important. So Mars is sitting in Cancer at the moment, will be for a time yet. So Mars in Cancer doesn't necessarily feel really comfortable there, because Mars, as I said, is the planet of action. It wants us to get up off the couch, get everything moving, do it in a sort of a dynamic sort of way, and sometimes a bossy sort of way. It doesn't really sort of have any gentleness there. Well, in Cancer, the Cancer energy should never be underestimated. It can be a very, very strong energy, but at the same time, there's a gentleness there. There's a maternal energy there. There's a wanting to sort of help everybody and putting other people first. Quite often Cancers do, rather than themselves. And it's been a struggle for them over the years to be able to learn that it's okay to say, I can put myself first. Yes, other people or other family members or friends are important, but my needs need to be taken care of first. And then we'll look at what's left over and what time and what energy I can invest into other people. So that's been a really big lesson for Cancers over the last 10 years. And a lot of them, I'm happy to say, have really embraced this really well and sort of taken on board that they need to sort of put their own needs first above everybody else, and then it's sort of the rest of their lives sort of flows a lot easier by bringing things more into a balance this way. So for Cancers, it's going to be a really interesting 12 months, because there's going to be times where you're really going to have to be on your mettle to win through. There's not so much confrontation, but a time where you're going to have to sometimes really dig deep and push forward for what you really believe in or what you really need, and then put everybody else's needs and thoughts and processes in second place, that you have to come first. This is really, really important. And by doing that, then you're going to find a lot more doors will fly open and things will become easier, because you've learnt to put yourself first and then, put things in an order of priority. It's really, really important. So we're going to talk now with Venus. Venus, the planet of love and affection. Now, everybody sort of wants to talk about love. It doesn't matter what your star sign is. We're all seeking that perfect person, or that someone to share our lives with, or someone to sort of have special in our lives. Nobody really wants to walk around in ones. I mean, I know there's a lot of people out there that flit from one relationship to another, and people say, oh, they'll never settle down or whatever. Well, maybe that is true, but a lot of times they're seeking or searching for that other half of them, and they haven't been able to find it. So they look like a serial lover, that they're out always on the hunt looking for new love opportunities and never settling down. But believe you me, even those people are still searching for that special person, their person, the person that they can rely on, the person that they can come home to. And sometimes it just takes people a little bit longer than others. So Venus is in Libra at the moment, feels very comfortable there because it rules Libra. So it's sort of like washing over all the 12 signs. Yes, it is affecting mainly the air signs, which is Libra, Aquarius and Gemini, and the opposite sign of Libra is Aries, but it is really washing over the remaining 8 signs as well, telling us no matter what your star sign is, if you're seeking love, make sure that you're going to places that make your heart sing. For some people, that might be visiting an art gallery, going to a show. To somebody else, it might be going to the motorbike races, because that's what makes their heart sing. There's no right or wrong here. It's sort of like get out and about in your environment, but get out and about in places that make you feel comfortable, things that you like to do, so that if you do meet somebody, then you met somebody that has a similar interest to you. They're at the motorbike races because they like it. They haven't gone there because it's a place where, if you're a female, you can meet males. That's not really the answer. You've got to go to somewhere where you feel comfortable and you feel enthusiastic and you enjoy being there, because then you're likely to meet somebody that has similar interests, that has similar hobbies and likes the sort of things that you do. So you've got something in common to begin with. I think far too many times people sort of get in relationships with absolutely little or nothing in common, and then they wonder why, once the excitement of the romance wears off, that it's sort of like, well, I don't really know you. I don't like you. I don't like what you stand for. We've got nothing in common. We've got nothing to talk about. And then they split up and they say, oh, I'm no good at romance. But the thing is, they went looking in the wrong places. You don't go into the butcher shop to buy milk or to have your teeth fixed. You go to the butcher shop to buy meat for tea. So you've got to look at it in the same sort of way. Don't go shopping in the wrong places. If you're shopping for love, go in places that you feel most comfortable with, so that you will then possibly meet somebody that feels the same way. So we're going to wrap up this week's astrology with Uranus in Gemini. Now, look, Uranus is going to be in Gemini for at least another 7 years. So we've got a long time here. But what we're looking at here with Uranus is coming along. It's a bit like a bolt of lightning, comes out of nowhere, clears things up. So if you're an air sign, you need to be very careful what you're verbalizing. Don't send things out to the universe that you don't want to happen, and particularly in anger or frustration. You may not be happy with your job today, but say, I'm not happy with my job today, but tomorrow's a different day and I'll be happy then. Make sure that you phrase it in, yes, you can blow off a bit of steam, but you put it in a positive tone that you don't really want to lose it. So Uranus is sitting in Gemini. It's going to create lots of opportunities literally out of nowhere, good, bad and indifferent. So if you're a Gemini, sort of really make sure that you know what it is that you want, that what you're sending out to the universe, because it may just happen. But it's also the time when things can happen that we weren't expecting. That great opportunity of a new job might just land in your lap with, having a conversation with somebody you haven't seen for years, and all of a sudden they say, oh, our company's hiring, I'd suggest you put in a resume. Things like that can happen out of nowhere. And by the same token, things that are not so pleasant can happen out of nowhere too. too, because it's the pathways are being cleared and moving us on to other directions that we need to be going. Sometimes life becomes stale and we're not prepared to make changes or move it along because it's more comfortable to sit in something we don't like than it is to sort of really sort of get up and sort of go into the abyss or the unknown and the uncertainty. Oh, well, I'll just stay here because it's easier, even though I don't like it. And Uranus says, well, that's not going to happen. So Uranus is definitely affecting the air signs, which is Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, and the opposite sign of Sagittarius. So I hope you've enjoyed that. We're now going to talk with our first caller, which is Dina in Keyport in New Jersey in the USA. Are you there, Dina?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, sweetie. Do you have a question for me I can answer for you, Dina?
Yeah, I just wanted, when you were talking, everything was great that you said. I don't necessarily need someone, but I feel like I don't find, like you said, the people that are compatible with me. And I just feel like I waste my time and then there's nothing in common. So I'm not a big person to go out to bars or anything like that. And I work a lot. So this guy that I'm dating now, I don't, like, I like him, but I don't think that it's going to, like, go to the long haul. So I feel like I should be dating with intention of it going somewhere, or maybe not concentrate on it at all. I don't know. I want to get remarried one day.
Oh, of course. Look, Dina, nobody wants to walk around in ones, and I don't believe we're designed to. And it's a really interesting point that you brought up, that you don't go to bars. And my argument for that's always been, if you want to go to a bar, what are you going to meet? You're going to meet a drunk. You know, people that don't frequent bars very often don't go there for that reason, because they have no interest in becoming the world's greatest drinker. And, you know, that's why I sort of always talk about, you know, you've got to go to places that interest you, so that then you've got a chance of, if you do meet someone, they've got similar interest to what you've got. Look, I agree with you. This current relationship to me is going to run its course. I mean, I don't think it's strong enough to sort of move it along into the happily ever after category. But I'm going to say to you, Dina, too, that you're not being overly fussy. I don't think you're being ridiculously fussy in any way, even though some of your family and friends might think that your standards are too high and you're never going to meet Mr. Perfect because, you know, you've got such rigid ideas. I'm going to say to you, don't lower those in any way. Why should you settle for second best? When the time's right, you will meet someone, and it's not going to be that far away. And I've always believed in this score, and I've been in this sort of work a very, very long time, and I've seen all different combinations of how people meet people. But I've always believed when the time is right, the universe creates the opportunity. Whether it's you get a flat tire, you drop the bananas at the supermarket, or you're standing in a bank queue, if you're meant to meet Mr. or Mrs. Perfect, you will, because it's the right time.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes we overthink it. You know, we think, oh, you know, I should have been this, or I should have been married by now, or I should have been remarried. And we put all these barriers up instead of just letting life flow and sort of saying to ourselves, well, look, I'm open to love. I'm open to the opportunities. But at the moment, the only thing I've got on my plate is going to work, going to church, going to the supermarket. And occasionally I get a little bit of time to myself. And that's okay, because, you know, you will meet somebody. I'm seeing somebody coming in towards the later part of the year from October onwards. May not be as early as October, but it's from then onwards. So let's not focus too much on when the person's coming in at the moment. Enjoy what you've got. When it comes to an end, sort of say, well, okay, that's great. You know, he's going his way and I'm going my way, and, you know, no harm done. But when the next person crosses your path, he's tall, he's good looking, he's got dark hair, and I feel he's been through some very similar journeys to you. He's questioned whether or not he's been too fussy or this or that or the other, that, you know, he hasn't met anybody that he really connected with either, you know, that was like the other half of the latest buzzword is my person. And, you know, he sort of feels that maybe he was doing something wrong, but it's an instant thing. The two of you will meet, and it's certainly not through friends. And I think it's going to be somewhere unusual, you know, like somebody has sort of dragged you off to something that you didn't particularly want to go to. I know it's an outdoor event, and I know it's daytime, and I can see you sort of sitting under a tent at a table with a sandwich and a cup of coffee or something in front of you thinking, oh my heavens, I'm so bored. When, keep looking at your clock, can I go home yet? And he's sort of been dragged along the same way to something he didn't particularly want to go to either, but he's gone because he's trying to make an effort of getting out there. You don't meet people if you stay at home and only go to work. So it's interesting that he sort of comes up and says to you, do you mind if I sit in that spare chair? And you say, go for your life, like you don't take too much notice of it. And I know there's music or something going on there, but it's not your style of music. And it's like you're really bored with what the entertainment is. And he sort of leans across the table and says, are you as bored as I am? Or something really strange like that. And you say yes. And he says, well, how about we get out of here and go for a walk or somewhere where it's a little bit quieter and, find somewhere to have a drink or a coffee or something. And you think, yeah, that sounds nice. And that's the start of it. And he's a really, really nice man. And I think the two of you will click. And, you feel immediately comfortable and safe with this man. I'm not saying that you're going to go home with him that night, but what I'm saying is, you spend some quality time together that afternoon walking around and looking at whatever exhibits are there. And, there seems to be a number of things. It's like going to a fair, but it's not a fair. But, I can see, like exhibits and there's different tents with different entertainment in it and things like that. But it's really not, if you're not a farming person, someone dragging you off to a farm show would be really boring. Where they'd find it fascinating. It's something like that. It's something you really wouldn't have chosen to go to by yourself, but, you go anyway. So, but it's really going to blossom into a really beautiful relationship, and I can see marriage there for you. So just hang in there, Dina.
I look forward to that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, he's really lovely. So I'll look forward to hearing about him when you meet him.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, Gina. We're going to now talk with Margaret in Hamilton in Scotland in the UK. Are you there, Margaret?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a question for me, please, Margaret? Yeah, do you have a question, sweetie?
Gosh, is there any love coming for me?
Any love? Is that what you said, Margaret?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, sweetie. Yeah. We can look for that. The first thing that they're sharing with me, Margaret, is that it's been a really difficult year. Is that how you've seen this year? Like you really feel like you haven't made a lot of progress?
Yes.
Yeah. They're showing me that that's coming to an end. And I want to be very clear with you. There's nothing you could have done any different that would have made it any easier. It's just one of these years where things had to be sort of sorted out in their own time, and there was nothing you could do to speed it up or make it less or whatever. But you've done a really, really good job, because they're showing me that they're sprinkling from heaven a packet of gold stars saying, Margaret, you've done an excellent job, and here's a packet of gold stars to prove it. So that's wonderful. I know you asked about love. Now, it's really interesting because they keep bringing forward to me somebody from your past. So is there somebody from your past that sort of got away that you thought should have been the love of your life, but circumstances didn't allow it at that time? A man with brown hair?
Possibly.
No, you'd know who I'm talking about. This was a long time ago, and it was somebody that you were heartbroken over, that the opportunity didn't present itself for you two to see where it could go.
Yeah, there was somebody a long time ago.
Yeah, this is a long time ago. I'm not talking about 6 months ago. I'm talking about a long time ago. For whatever reason, they're showing me the two of you are going to cross paths again. Now, I'm not saying to you that this will be the love of your life or your new partner. What I'm saying is, let's use this as a marker on time. If this person was to reach out to you, say on social media, or someone says to you, oh, I saw him the other day and he looks great, or he looks terrible, or whatever, that's all it has to be. It's like, we need to clear this. I think, unfortunately, you've carried this around in your heart for way too long, always wondering what could have been or what should have been or whatever. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's like he's carried the same feelings too, that he's always wondered what could have been or what should have been. You've always had a special place in his heart too. So I just want you to sort of understand that, and then there will be someone new that will come into your life, Margaret. It's somebody that is going to be strong and positive. I'm going to say that he has light brown hair and he has very light eyes. He has quite an interesting face. He's a very nice man, but he seems to be very closed off as far as his emotions. He doesn't open up easily, and that's okay. I don't think you do either. So it's like as if you need to just take your time with the situation and look at it at where it can go, and then you'll find then that the relationship will blossom, but it's going to be very slow to begin with. So do you find, Margaret, that you don't open up with people easily?
No, I don't.
No, and he's very
tall.
No, well, he's the same way. And that's why I'm suggesting to you, don't look at that in a negative, because when the two of you meet, it's sort of like, yes, we know there's an attraction there, but we don't talk about it. Do you know what I mean? He sort of says, well, I'll see you next week. And, you say, yes, good. And then you see each other again next week. And then sort of, it takes a period of time for it to grow. It's not going to be an instant thing. Yes, you might instantly think, gee, he's lovely and I really feel comfortable with him, but you're certainly not going to tell him that, and he's certainly not going to tell you that. I really like the connection. Look, it could take 6 months from the two of you seeing each other on a weekly basis at something before he even gets up the nerve to even suggest, let's go out for a cup of tea, or afternoon tea, and you think, well, you're getting to the point where you're thinking, well, maybe I've misinterpreted this situation. He's never sort of said anything other than being pleasant and polite when we see each other once a week, but then all of a sudden he will. But it's certainly not asking you out for dinner or anything. He's asking you out to something, to me, that if you said no, it wouldn't matter, or if you just come as a friend, it doesn't look like a date. And that's why I suggested like afternoon tea or something like that. He's asking, would you like to join me for afternoon tea? I go down to the such and such. You say, oh, that'd be nice. And it's the sort of thing a friend would extend. It's not necessarily putting you on the spot for a date. You just go out, you just have an afternoon tea, you enjoy that. And he says, well, we should do this again more often. And you say, that'll be nice. I'd like that. And that's how it starts. And it starts in this very simplistic sort of way of two friends sort of seeing each other at a regular thing once a week and then going out for a cup of tea and a bite to eat or something after it. And that's where the blossoming romance will grow from. And he's a really, really nice man. And I think he's been on his own for a while too, and he's ready for love, and so have you. So that's where we're going to leave it, Margaret, but it looks really amazing. And it's wonderful to talk with you. So it's always interesting when people are seeking love, and people do seek love for many, many different reasons, because we don't want to walk around the world in ones, and we're not designed to, in my opinion. There's your person out there for everybody, and that seems to be the buzzword. I'm looking for my person instead of I'm looking for the love of my life, as I like to look at it. So, sometimes we've got to venture out into different places and we've got to look at different things. This week I came across a song that is a very, very old song, and it's been sung many times by many different people, but I had never actually heard this version. And this is why I thought I would share this one with you this week, because it's for two of the finest singers in the world. One of them, unfortunately, is no longer with us. And it's a really beautiful song that I think goes across the ages. It's a timeless sort of song, and it's called Somewhere Over the Rainbow. And no, it's not Judy Garland that's going to be singing it. I heard a version that I thought was absolutely magnificent by the late, great Olivia Newton-John and her best friend, John Farnham. So I'm going to leave you with that one this week. It's a very, very beautiful rendition, Somewhere Over the Rainbow by Olivia Newton-John and John Farnham. So until next week, enjoy your week. And if you're seeking love, venture out to somewhere that makes your heart sing. That might be just where you meet that person, somewhere over the rainbow. Bye for now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. It's been such a lazy day for me that I just almost I nodded off for the intro here. But here, welcome back. This is Reverend Elliot coming to you live from the city of New York, just at the end of August. And, well, you know, I've had a very lazy day. I caught up on one of my favorite chores, which is called sleeping. And I had an awful lot of stuff to do today, and I didn't do it. I figure I'll do it tomorrow. Why not, right? That's what tomorrow is for. Oh boy, see what I mean? I'm just tired today. I'm just beat, and yet I look forward to doing this. This is my favorite thing to do, and I'm going to be doing more. Not of this on Ask One Radio, but a corollary program, which you can look at my website, magic-works.com, or it's at the top of the page for the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets.com. There's a little teaser there for something new that I'm going to be doing, and it doesn't involve tarot reading, so it doesn't conflict with this, but it's going to be fun. I'm going to enjoy doing it, and it's about communicating, really. That's what it is, and that's what I enjoy doing. I look back at my work career, and I see that almost everything I've ever done was a form of communications work. That's unavoidable for me, I suppose. But I've always liked it. I built a little radio as a kid, and I enjoyed sending transmissions out like to a quarter of a block away. But there you go. It's now I'm covering the world. So that's a bit of a growth there, and I like it. So what we're going to do tonight is get through the magical window. Go look through the magical window, which is what I call the tarot, because the tarot cards, which used to be quite a common thing in people's lives, there was no shame in using a tarot reader. There was no concern. It was always considered normal, and it was something that people just did. And then it kind of fell off the map. It became goofy. We started relying on psychologists, I suppose, after that. But tarot lets us see things. Now, the regular watchers here and listeners know that tarot lets us see things that we don't normally perceive, and that's the beauty of it. That's what makes it a magical window. Now, that is not an overstatement, because you can look into this and see all kinds of stuff. I mean, just last week's show, for instance, I looked in there and I said to a young lady who was calling that there's a card that indicates the birth of a child, and she told me she was expecting a child. So you see, that's how they work. Is it scary? It could be. But anything we don't understand can be scary, and this is something we don't understand. There's so many books written about how it works. It's, these are archetypal images, and a series of images can explain everything. No, it does. This is very specific. I remember one of the first card readings I ever did was for a woman, and I said, according to this, you were married 9 years and you were divorced. Now, that's pretty specific. And she said, yes. Now, this isn't a person who's just willing to agree with everything I say. It turned out that I got to know this person quite well. And yes, she had been married for 9 years and then got divorced. Hey, listen, look at this. I wondered what happened to my medallion. Where did it go? It's hanging in here somewhere. Well, I don't think I have time to pluck that out at the moment. It's coming out through the button. See, I'm sloppy today. I'm really sloppy today. This is the day that I shouldn't be carving meat, that's for sure. You ever have one of those days where you just want to rest and relax? Well, I do find this relaxing, but sleeping is my thing these days. I went to sleep last Friday and I woke up Monday. I woke up Sunday morning. Now that's creepy. If you can sleep and miss a whole day, then there's something definitely not working properly. So I do want to look into that sometime, but not now. See, this is going to irritate me. This is one of those silly little things in life, But there it is. It's my little medallion, and it just seems to be stuck there. So let's see what we can do to make it look a little less unstuck. That's right, Reverend Elliot Magical Fashion Faux Pas. That's what we'll call the show. But there it is now. You can get medallions like this one at my Zazzle store, which is a lot of fun. Get over to mojoacademy.org, and you can either there, or you see I'm losing track of everything today. Either there or magic-works.com. I think it's over at magic-works.com. You can check out my occult jewelry. Take a look at that. There's some wonderful stuff there. And it's very modestly priced, and generally there's a sale going on. So you check the website, and if it says 15, 20% off, take a shot there. It's like I said, I'm not doing this to maximize income. I just enjoy doing it. So this is a nice end of the summer. We'd never needed the air conditioner here once. Not once. Not even. We have fans that also blow cool air out by using a mist of water, and we didn't need those this year either. It's been very temperate, and I enjoy it. I've done a little bit of walking this year. I mentioned I got my old walking stick out. In my 30s, I was wise enough to get a nice solid walking stick for the day when I'm an old guy, and I'm an old guy now, so I do use the walking stick. Now, the thing is, I don't use the walking stick out of like feeble bones or anything like that. It's because I have trouble with one eye, and that means I can't balance very well. It didn't expect that. I know that I lack depth perception, so there's always a cleanup in aisle 4 when I go to the store. I can knock over a display faster than you can say Jack Robinson. But I'm not comfortable walking without being able to see completely. This is New York, this is where we famously look both ways before crossing a one-way street. That's how you can spot the New Yorkers anywhere in the world. That is an observation from a wonderful comedy writer and performer named Barry Berry. Said quite easily that you spot the New Yorkers anywhere you go, because they look both ways before crossing a one-way street. And that is the truth. So now here we're going to be looking across time and space. That I can do. That's easy. That I've been doing for years. Because it doesn't take any ability, you know what I mean? It's just a matter of knowing what the cards mean and interpreting them, especially interpreting them next to what's standing with them. You can learn more about this if you're so inclined in a lot of, go to any bookstore has a tarot card section, but what you won't find there is probably the single best, most honored tarot book ever written by a man who can't put on a chain. That's and it's called Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. It's a book I dedicated to you, the audience of this show, and it explains all you need to know to get going as a tarot reader. And it has started several careers. So please, I advise you to get that, and maybe you'll have a show here on Ask One Radio too. I advise that, because this has been a game changer for me. You're not going to believe this. I'm basically a very shy person. Yeah, I know, but I got over most of that. The book Reverend Elliot's Magical Window can be found at mojoacademy.org or at my eBay store, which you'll find a link to at mojoacademy.org. There's links to it all over the internet. Just look up Reverend Elliott's Magical Window and you'll see. There may still be links up there claiming that it's available at Amazon. It's not. I dumped everything from Amazon because they're a pain in the posterior. They made life so difficult that I just, when they started offering me ways to address it, I hit the road, Jack. That's me. So take a look at that. Now, if you want to read a very good book on doing tarot that I didn't write, I'm very ecumenical here. I recommend, if you can find a copy, and I think places like Thrift Books might have it, eBay may have it, by Emily Peach. Yes, that is a real name, Emily Peach, and it's called the Tarot Workbook. That is dynamite. The first half of the book is a beautiful breakdown on reading tarot cards. The second half of the book, it might take you a couple of years to get into that, because that is a look at the overarching esoteric philosophy and the tree of life and things of that sort. But it's well worth it. Please take a look at the Tree of Life. I have a spare copy of that. I may just list that myself. The Tree of Life, the Tarot Workbook by Emily Peach. Please do that, because the first half is beautiful, and the second half, when you're ready, is just what you'll need. So give it a shot, okay? Now we're all shuffled up. I've got the cards ready. I'm going to ring a bell 3 times to get us into sacred space as I pull back the magical curtain on the magical window. And our first caller is Brenda in Gainesville, Florida. Hi, Brenda. You are on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi.
Hi, Brenda. How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. What can I look at for you?
I don't know. Just give me like a general, maybe.
Okay. I was going to make some kind of silly joke about the Army, but gotta restrain ourselves here. People call me in good faith, and they don't want to be joked with. So let's see what we get.
Oh, I don't care. Go ahead and joke with me if you want to.
Beautiful. Are you in the market for romance? And this is not a personal.
Sort of, yes or no, but not really.
Okay, well, this is a professional
yes,
question. Sometimes it comes whether we want it or not, and you can do what you want with it. But I have the Knight of Cups. Cups are affairs of the heart, emotions, and it's telling me that's the appearance of something new. Now, keep in mind that the Knights are pretty much hypothetical. It's not quite as solid as the Pages, but it means that an opportunity for romance will be coming your way. Also, there's going to be changes in your life. That's the Wheel of Fortune.
Oh, nice.
Now, the changes will be good. Right now, I have the Two of Swords for your overall life situation, which is a card of feeling kind of stuck where you are. You're not moving, you're not getting anywhere.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, well, now the card that I mentioned, the Page of Cups, that would mean the actual appearance of romance. That's the next card here.
Oh.
See, I no sooner do I get done saying it's not, the Knight of Cups is not like the Page of Cups, you get the Page of Cups. Now, to me, this just shows me that the tarot cards are not only alive and sentient, but they're sarcastic. Because they're telling you, don't speak for us, pal, we'll speak for ourselves. So yeah, the change in your life that's going to shake it up a little bit is going to be something emotionally satisfying. If it's not romance, it'll be something else that you find quite emotionally satisfying. The 10 of Rods here tells me that you're feeling that you're under a great burden and a lot of stuff that you've got to do. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yep.
Well, the 2 next cards should get to you, because one is the Star. That's a card of hope and optimism. So, keep your chin up. And the 10 of Swords is here. That is a very ugly card, but it's one of the nicest cards in the deck. It shows a person lying face down in the mud with 10 knives in her back. Now, the point of that card...
Yeah, I know. I know the card.
Okay, there you go. It means you're going to get up again. It means that life threw its worst at you, and you're going to be fine. So you have a very optimistic, uplifting time coming with some good stuff emotionally happening. So
that's good. I need it, because it's like very draining and everything.
The Hermit is here. That means you'll find an advisor, maybe somebody to help you out. And the Justice card is here.
Okay.
That if somebody has done you wrong, it's going to be righted. Okay?
Oh, okay, cool.
So that's you're entering a very good period. So keep that in mind. Anything else you want to look at? Or is that about it?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thanks
Thank
a lot
you so
for
much.
calling. My pleasure.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And you see, this is what I go into this in my book that I was telling you about, Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. The idea that the tarot cards may just be alive. Now, that's a silly thing to a lot of people, but science is starting to come around to the idea that maybe, just maybe, the universe is alive. The universe itself is a sentient being. The sun is alive. You know, this is stuff that is like next generation philosophy meeting science, because what are we but matter? And yet we think and we're alive. It's more than just alive. Is the universe conscious? Is the sun conscious? And they say that it's quite possibly yes. The planet may be conscious. They keep talking about how human beings are damaging the planet and the planet is going to kill off the human beings. Well, that sure as heck to me sounds like a conscious action. You know, if you don't want to have around things and people who are hurting you. I don't anyway. That's why the Lord in his infinite wisdom created divorce lawyers. But there you go. I don't want to harp on that again. I've been very happily married for 40 years. There's an old joke, too. I've been in love with the same woman for 40 years. My wife finds out, she'll kill me. But no, we've been together 40 years, and it's been what a ride it's been. And we survived being in business together for 20 years and thrived, and we never had a fight over business. We may have had a couple of arguments here and there, monthly, but we certainly we get along, you know, and we enjoy each other's company. And there's one of the things I enjoy doing is just spending a nice quiet day at home with my wife, who you will find, oddly enough, on. You knew I was going to do this, on my new shaving soap. There'll be an announcement about that when that comes out. We have a shaving soap for the needs of hair removal for the lady, and I have her picture on that label. So that's an homage. Homages now and then make life easier. So keep in mind that consciousness may not be exclusive to animal life. Animals do have feelings, you know. When I was a kid, we had a German Shepherd. You'll find a picture of that German Shepherd in my blog, the post that's up there now. Give it a shot. Go to magic-works.com and click on my blog, and it'll get you there. And that dog was a beauty. German Shepherds are excruciatingly intelligent, and I had not seen that dog, oh gosh, for maybe a good 10 years. And by the time I saw it again, the dog was old, and as a lot of purebred German Shepherds, was lame in the hind legs, so it was difficult getting around. But the minute that dog saw me, it started whimpering, and it dragged itself over to me. And I know that dogs don't have tear ducts, but the liquid was flowing from the eyes. And it just came over to me. That dog just came over and planted his head on my legs, and it knew me, and it missed me. It was quite obvious. It's very funny how that happens. Now, animals, we agree, have consciousness. The degree to which they have it may not match what human beings have, which is not necessarily a bad thing, because I do think we overthink. There, how's that for a conundrum? I think we overthink. But if the world is conscious, if the planet itself is conscious, if, as Zorba the Greek said, rocks are alive, if the sun is conscious, if the ocean is conscious, well, the ocean, how can that be? It's just water. Well, your brain is mostly water, and they tell us that's conscious in many people. I don't know about all. So that's something to think about. That we're not just shuffling through a stone valley here. That could mean buildings develop consciousness. Maybe that's what haunted houses are about. There's consciousness everywhere. We're surrounded by it, we should. It would be very good. I don't like to say should, because I don't believe in shoulding on people. I believe that it is good for us to treat the world like a conscious entity. That's all. Jody in Knoxville, Tennessee is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi. I have a cat. His name is Socks, and I am taking him to the vet tomorrow. He has a skin rash on his back. I don't know if it's a tumor or what it is, but he has a skin condition which is bad on his back.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? What do you think is happening? May I hear from you?
Sure, I'll take a look. But of course, the main thing is you're doing the right thing. You're getting professional care. So
okay,
because
I have neglected him so much. I have neglected him in taking him to the vet. I'm trying to get my health situated and back to normal again. And I just need to know what's going on with his skin condition.
Well, the two cards I have here are, one is the sun, which means health and healing and growth and happiness. But the key thing here is healing. So that applies to both of you, to Socks and to your own health, I guess. And the 10 of Cups is here, which indicates a happy home. So it looks to me like things will work out okay.
And will Socks be okay with his skin condition?
Well, the
what is it? What is his skin?
The indication here is it'll be treated, because the sun indicates healing.
Okay. So is it cancerous, do you think, or is it a tumor, do you think?
That's pretty much beyond what the cards can show. You're doing the right thing, going to the vet. So let the vet handle that and ask the vet ask questions there. A lot of people are reluctant to ask questions of a medical professional. I'm not. I've caused a stink in hospitals where they one doctor looked at me once and said, "Well, at least we know you're not a passive patient." And
he's my first.
Nobody should be.
He was my first cat, and I love him. I love him dearly. I have neglected his health and not taking care care of him properly.
We had a cat here for many years who was a psychotic. I see, a crazy animal. He'd love to have people pet him, and if you stopped petting him, he'd attack you. So we warned people to be careful, and we never replaced. When his time came, as a very old cat, we never replaced it. Because
they're part of the family.
Yeah, it's not like getting a new frying pan. You know exactly what I mean. But I mean, I'm getting positive signs here, so I'm hoping that's a good outcome. Okay.
Okay. All right. I sure appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I will light a candle and send positive energy for you and Socks. How's that?
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye, Jody. And let's shuffle them up. Yeah, this cat was really something else. And he used to attack me when I first started showing up around here. So it would go for my ankles. So I hid by a door frame, and when he came by, I sprayed water on him and hissed. He never bothered me again. I think he realized I was a member of the tribe at that point. But these things, these animals have definite personalities, and they're not always likable. But that's like people too. We haven't we all known people who might be kind of interesting and nice, but they just are not likable. They just push you away, and I've learned over the years at a very great price that when people tell you you shouldn't get too close to me because I'm crazy, they mean it. You know, they just take their word for it and let it go. You know, that's the best thing you can do, because people are compelled to tell the truth, which is a fascinating thing. Read a story by Edgar Allan Poe called The Imp of the Perverse. That is a marvelous piece of work. And we here in New York, we used to be assigned that in the 4th grade. Now, you may think it's kind of cruel to prescribe Edgar Allan Poe for 4th graders, but the point was to teach us how to use a dictionary, because that man had a wide vocabulary. And the thing about Poe is that if he couldn't find just the right word for what he wanted, he made up a new word. Now, a lot of nice words came out of his work. Tintinnabulation is one. What's his name? Look, I can't believe I'm referring to what's his name, right? William Shakespeare. Take a look at all the expressions and the phrases that William Shakespeare created. By the skin of our teeth, you know, things like the green-eyed monster. There's hundreds of things that he neologized, to use a $4 word. There's a funny old joke. Well, funny, it depends. There's an old joke. Let's leave it at that. I'll leave the value judgment out. About 2 old women, neighbors. They're in their 80s. And one is talking about Shakespeare, and the other says, I've never seen a Shakespearean play or a movie. And he says, you're kidding. I am going to get tickets. We are going to go together, and we're going to go see Hamlet. So, oh, wow, you know, you're never too old to have a new experience. So they go to see Hamlet, and this is the woman's very first exposure to Shakespeare. And a friend says, so how did you like it? And she says, well, to tell you the truth, it was too full of quotations. That's all you need to know about Shakespeare, you know, because he's endlessly quoted. I don't know who has contributed more book titles than Shakespeare. You know, there's movie titles, book titles. The great Ernst Lubitsch film, To Be or Not to Be, which was remade in the loosest possible use of that term by Mel Brooks, because he wanted to give a classic movie to his wife, Anne Bancroft. An admirable goal, but please don't mess with Ernst Lubitsch. This was an almost perfect filmmaker, and there's so many. For Whom the Bell Tolls is John Donne, I believe. It's not Shakespeare, but it's up there. All the great titles. A great book by Richard Matheson, who is probably the best writer you know, but you don't know you know. Almost everybody's favorite Twilight Zone episode was written by Richard Matheson, and he was just sensational. Well, he wrote a book that was turned into a movie with Robin Williams, which was such a bad movie that the stunning plot twist, and I mean stunning plot twist in the book, they put it in the commercial for the movie. You know, this is why, you know, I put in my time as a Hollywood writer, but I was never part of that culture. I just couldn't be. It just was not possible. So the book is called What Dreams May Come, which is from Hamlet. For in that sleep, who knows what dreams may come, from the soliloquy of To Be or Not to Be. And it is a marvelous book, and it is from the beginning to the end. It's riveting, unlike the movie. Trust me, if you saw the movie, try to get it out of your head. Find the book. The book starts with an old lady knocking on a door, giving somebody a manuscript and saying, your brother wrote this and he wants you to have it. The guy says, what are you talking about? My brother is dead. She says, I know. Please take it from me. You know, it's just brilliant stuff. And Matheson, again, look him up. He wrote everybody's favorite Twilight Zone episodes, with possibly the exception of the Happy Perfect Day, which is about the little boy who sends people to the cornfield. But look him up sometime and look up the movies that Richard Matheson did. There's a peculiarity. Richard Matheson books make terrible movies unless he writes the screenplay. I have one now I have lined up to take a look at, which I haven't seen in years, called The Legend of Hell House, from a book that will scare the pants off you. So, you know, and Matheson wasn't always scary. He wrote what became the movie Time and Again, Bid Time Return, you know, the Christopher Reeve film. It's okay, but the book again is marvelous. Matheson was a real treasure. And later in life, as an old man, speaking again, so you can always start over, he started writing Westerns. And his very first Western was called The Journal of the Gun Years, and it won the Golden Spur Award as the best Western of the year. So, you know, this, the man was so brilliant at communicating as a writer that I just can't even fathom that I was trying to be in the same league as he was, which of course I wasn't. He also wrote a wonderful book called I Am Legend, which was ruined 4 times by movies. There was a movie called I Am Legend with Will Smith, which had nothing to do with it. Pardon me. There was The Omega Man with Charlton Heston, and there was The Last Man on Earth by Vincent Price, which is an anomaly because Matheson wrote the script for that, but they ruined it. You know, they made it better. They made it better. A director, a very good director, a theater director I worked with once, had a friend who had a production company in LA called Better, because that's what they do. You end up in a meeting with them, and that's why you have to say, well, better. So I am about to put up another blog post which encompasses some of my experiences in the film business. So you may find that interesting, because Irving Thalberg, who was the head of MGM in his brief life, said everyone in America has 2 businesses, their own and the movies. And by gosh, can't beat that. So now let's go to Trinity, Texas for Sarianne. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I am all right, thank you.
Well, let's see if we can make that a little better as we've come to the halfway mark in the show. What can I do for you? What can I look at?
Well, I would like to know how is my next month look like?
Your next month looks like, let's see, that's a valid question.
That's a valid question.
Yeah, I'll shuffle them up. I used to get great. I used to get an awful lot of readings done for people at the end of the year, looking at the next year. But I really slacked off last year because of illness, so I'm hoping to do that again, which is why I cut my prices in half. Okay, here we go. Well, it's only fair because I pardon, geez. Why does this happen to me now? Let's see. Hang on a second. I'm going to take some water.
Okay, no problem.
Again that I'm only human. There, I always keep some water handy.
That's right.
Good. That better not be vodka. That's all I can say, because I don't do that anymore.
Oh no.
So
those things don't mix.
No. Before my first marriage, I met her uncle, who was a former Marine who was a portrait painter, and he liked vodka and water. And they said, just be prepared to make him a vodka and water. And I was so pleased to do that. And I made him a vodka and water when he came to visit. And he said, that's very nice, but could you maybe not make a water and vodka next time? You make it vodka and water, So I was very naive in those days. So the first card I have for you is the Ace of Swords. Aces are new beginnings. Swords are mental activity. You are coming into a new way of seeing the world. Do you feel that happening?
Yes, I'm very spiritual.
Yeah, well, it's coming that you are, and the King of Swords is here also. So The Temperance card is here too. That's important because these cards tell me that your mind is coming into focus. You're coming up with new ways of thinking. The Four of Rods is here, which means you'll be very happy and secure. Things will be good and peaceful. And the Temperance card is, if your life was out of balance in any way, it'll be restored, that balance. That's very important to know.
Yes.
I have the Devil card here, and this is what's odd. The Devil card is not a great card. It's not it's not like Satan or anything. But the interesting thing is I don't read upside down cards because there's plenty of meaning for all of these. But this card somehow in the deck was upside down. So it's even better. Pardon me. It means you're going to be free of bad influences. Speaking of vodka, you're going to be free of you're going to be free of controlling people who try to control you. It's a very good sign. You regular listeners and watchers will know that I don't do upside down cards. They just don't happen, and yet there it was in the deck. So I have to go with it. You're a very spiritual person, you say? Absolutely. Yeah. You've got this card here, the High Priestess. That tells me that you have mediumistic tendencies, that you can speak to people on the other side of the veil. So that's very good. Next month is going to be a period of mental growth for you and positive change. That's how I see it. Okay?
Okay.
Anything else you want to look at?
I am traveling next month. I was wondering.
Okay.
That everything goes well and it's going to be a pleasant trip, or I don't have to worry anything.
Do people have pleasant trips these days? I see people fighting at the airport all the time. I see riots breaking out on cruises.
Yeah.
People getting shot on the road. I mean, to me, a pleasant trip is going from one end of the apartment to the other.
Right.
Let's see what we have here. Well, you know, the Seven of Rods is here. That tells me that you're a person who can sweep away obstacles. You don't let these things get in the way. The Death card is here. It means the beginning of a new period of your life. Now that's obvious to see because you're changing the way you think and the way you see. Something is going to happen on this trip. It's not going to kill you. You know, it's going to herald the beginning of a new phase in your life. This may turn out to be the most important trip you ever took.
I like that.
And there's a card here. This is the the Eight of Cups. That is a person who moves away from things that aren't working for her and going to things that are. And that's part of the period that involves. See, it all goes back to the swords, that your mind is growing and expanding, and you're going to be doing very well. It sounds to me like you're eager to enter a new phase of life, so that's good.
I am.
I've always had to be dragged kicking and screaming into those, so it is no fun for me. Now I'm going to disappear for a second down here because I dropped a couple of cards.
No.
Yeah. I'm very.
They got to be an important card. They got to be an important card because you dropped them.
Well, they are. Look, the main card is this one, which is means that the bad times are over. If you've been having bad times, no more cards. That they're over.
Yes.
See, this is very important because this is all, and this may have to do with the trip you're taking because that's what's coming up. Your mind is expanding. You're entering a new phase in life. The bad times are over and good times are on the way. You know, this is really something. You know, it's you may have a very clumsy card reader here, but your cards are not clumsy. How's that? So let's cut the deck one more time and see what we have. Oh, the Page of Coins. that tells me that there's a new income stream coming your way also. More money headed your way. How does that sound?
That sounds fantastic.
So keep me posted, because anybody can contact me through my websites and or through Ask One Radio, or that's a whole way. Just Google Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. You'll get my email address. You get everything. So keep me posted, because I would be happy to pull a couple of cards for you when you get back, and no charge, of course. We'll just consider that an extension of this reading. Okay.
Oh, thank you. I like what I heard. That was wonderful. I'm thinking about it. I'm praying that something new coming in my life in that trip.
Oh,
We'll see.
Look, let me give you one more card here. It's the world, the world. Yeah, assured success. That's what that card is. Assured success. You're going to be fine. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you for calling. And we'll round this off. I just want to do something here that might embarrass somebody, but too bad. I was talking about movies and all that, and how insane it all is. Well, for my money, there is only one active person writing about movies these days who's worth reading. And I have had a couple of setbacks lately in terms of health, so I've fallen way behind. But I want you to read Scott Ross, is his name. Now, you can, the easy thing to do is go to my blog, which you'll find at magic-works.com, my blog. And, or later today, go to my Twitter account, Rev Elliot, at Rev Elliot at Twitter, X, and I'll put up a link to Scott. He's a very talented playwright. Produced, highly acclaimed, just absolutely brilliant, and it's so worth reading what he writes. If you like film at all, and you don't want to be bored to tears by a cineast who will say, well, the thing about Citizen Kane is that the sprocket holes were aligned a little differently. No. You're not going to get that kind of tripe. You're going to get witty and insightful, as opposed to inciting, commentary on films. And I maybe you can help me urge him to compile these into a book. The man is extremely talented, and is, again, the only writer on film I will read now at all. That's Scott Ross. You go to my blog, Reverend Elliot's blog, you get a link at magic-works.com, look at my blog, click on that, and on the side there's a list of other links. At the top you'll find his blog, which is the film criticism. So please take a look. You will thank me. Janice in Lee's Summit, Missouri is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Elliot.
Hi, Janet. How are you? Janice. I said Janet. Yeah. How are you tonight?
I'm fine. And yourself?
I'm doing well. What can I look at for you tonight?
Just where my life is headed,
Oh, that way. Right. Let's see. It's a funny thing, It's Israel Regardie, the esoteric writer, used to say, and this showed up on Law and Order a few times. The Sam Waterston DA character used to say this. There are certain indications, which I have written about somewhere on my webpage, that occult workers have been writing Law and Order. Just as an example, there was a show about a New York real estate developer with a big ego, and his name was Keys. Now, the tarot cards are also called trumps, and the trump cards are referred to as the keys. So you see, that's not a coincidence. You see. Well, what Israel Regardie used to say is, life's a funny old dog. So I gave up long ago trying to see where life was going, because it's all, I've made plans and something else comes along. So here's your outlook, though. The Six of Coins, that's a part of getting money. It could be philanthropy. That's what it generally is. It could be money that you were owed. It could be money that you didn't expect that you were earning. But that's a card of getting money. Look at, there's a smile on the guy's face as he's handing out the money. And that's good.
You hear my smile?
Oh, yeah. And the next is the Knight of Swords. That means, again, the sword is mental activity. There's a lot of this going around, and I get a lot of these early sword cards. Developing a new way of thinking and a new way of seeing the world. And a lot of things have happened lately that are forcing us to change how we conceive of the world and things like that.
True, very true.
And many of us resist it at our own peril, but you're not going to resist it. It's there. It's going to come for you. The Star is here. That's a card of hope and optimism. The Knight of Rods is here. See, knights are beginnings. And that's money. The rods are work. Rods are career. There's going to be new options coming your way in terms of thought and perception and work. The Four of Coins is here. It's telling me that you're very good at marshaling your financial resources. That you're not profligate with money. That you can handle it. You can make a dollar stretch. And the Eight of Rods tells me that all this is going to be happening very soon. Now, the next card is very important. And then the card after that is boring because I've already had it 3 times today. The Fool is your card here. The Fool is a great, great card. That is a card that means the person is the Romani people say the person who gets that card is the beloved of God. Had there been anything negative in your reading, that would have wiped it right out. That was my feeble attempt at finger snapping. You say sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Okay.
This is the card that a lot of people have been getting tonight, and you got it too. It's the End of Troubles.
Oh, Lord.
It means that the worst is life has thrown the worst at you, and you're still here, and you're going to get up, and you're going to survive it. Because, and according to these cards, you're going to do more than survive. You're going to thrive. You're going to be very happy. That's what this card is. That's the Nine of Coins. And that's a person who's satisfied and happy. And another page. Now, this is important because it's the Page of Cups. And you've got 3 pages here. 3 beginnings. 2 of them are knights. But the page is more definite.
Right.
That means that something very good is coming your way in terms of emotions and feelings, maybe even romance. But overall, it means that emotionally things are going to be very good for you. So you're entering a very good period of time in your life. Balance will be restored. That's the Temperance card. The Emperor card here shows that you're going to be taking charge. This is all very good stuff. And I think you're ready for it, don't you?
Yes, I do. Yes. Yes.
Well, here it is. If you've been working to get there, you did it. You succeeded. Okay? I just cut the deck, and there's one more card here, which is the Three of Coins, which indicates that a temporary position, either a new assignment or a new job, that's a temporary thing, but you're going to do so well, because the threes are about completion. You're going to do so well that it will lead to other things. So keep that in mind. That might be where the new money stream comes from. So you're going to be fine according to this, and you deserve it, don't you think? It's been a while, right?
Yes.
So just keep in mind that this is going to happen soon. Now, I don't normally do timing, but you had that card of the rods, which shows the rods landing. They're in the air in an arc about to hit. So it's coming very soon for you, okay?
Okay. Oh, that's wonderful news, Elliot. Wonderful news.
Thank you
Elliot,
so much for calling. Well, I've got to run. The clock is calling me out of here. So,
all right. Thank you, Elliot, for the reading.
Send me an email, okay? I'll be happy to do that, okay?
Okay, great.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right, Elliot. Bye-bye.
And we've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. And Oh, I think I showed you these last week. Look at these. These are so cute. These are teeny little tarot cards. Yeah, I bought these so many years ago, and they're barely touched. It's the Rider-Waite deck, which is the most popular deck there is, and I just don't like yellow that much. So I have the Albano Waite deck, which was from the 60s, where they recolored those. It's if you're interested in the history of the cards, check out the Encyclopedia of Tarot. I believe you can get them as PDF files now because they were grotesquely expensive. They're very big books, though. I'm not saying that they're overpriced, but they're costly, especially since they've been out of print. But they're from U.S. Games, which makes tarot cards, and it's is a wonderful company that was run by a great man named Stuart Kaplan, who did so much to promote tarot cards, and he is sorely missed in the world of tarot. But that's it for this month. Yes, it is. I'll be back in September. See you in September, as Brian Hyland so wistfully sang in 1958 or whenever the heck it was. I'd say I'm dating myself, but I don't think I'm good enough to date. So there you go. That's me. We will be back again until we see each other next week. Check out mojoacademy.org, because you'll find links to all the books that I have, and they're all available at a nice little 15% discount from the printing plant. You can get them through eBay also, if I can get off my butt and continue listing them, because I don't have many listed there now. And I know last week I said I would, but for a guy who doesn't do much, I get very tired. But that's the nature of my medical condition. It's a bit exhausting. Although that's not to say that I was ever a bundle of energy. Although when I look back in my life, I see there was a time when I was working maybe 2 or 3 jobs at a time. But we do what we have to do, don't we? So, hey, look, keep an eye out for what I'm going to be doing soon on YouTube. You can see a teaser at the homepage at magic-works.com, magick-works.com, and I'm pretty sure you'll find that of interest. And that's about all I have. I've got to get to the post office tomorrow to mail out a few books and mail out a few shaving soaps. This stuff. It's going well. I never expected. I mean, I wanted to make an inexpensive shaving soap because the inexpensive shaving soaps died during the inflation we had over the last few years. But I didn't expect it to be so good. I mean, it's just, who knew? If I'd known I had a knack for doing that, I'd have done it years ago, trust me. But I'm doing this, and it's like $4.99 per tablet of soap, so it's reasonably priced. I'm not out here to make a killing. I'm just here to help guys shave. And now there's a new one coming for the ladies. Keep an eye out for that. So until we get together again next week at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific on the Ask One Radio Network, remember, who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift right back to the universe. Remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Where do you want to go, and what do you want to do with your life? So until we meet again next week, have a great time. Bye-bye.
On the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to Twin Flames Live. I'm Mary Miller with Worker of Light